I see you, Care Bear. I have no idea. That's weird. Can anyone see me? I have been a member here over 2 years and now it's gone. Anyone know what might have happened? Wonder if it's a glitch. I don't know. Huh. I don't know. Anybody else having a problem being a member? Hi, sweet Sativa. Good to see you. Hello, Miss Lizzie. Welcome back. Cooking Without Looking. How are you? Let's see. Who else is here tonight? Got a secret? Can you keep it? Hello. Michelle Johnson. Welcome back. Julie Westner. Randa. Hi. Hey, Randa Roo. How are you? Queen Brown Eye says she's not having a problem. Hey, Diana. Hey, Joan. Joan said she did a few months ago, but now it's fine. Well, here. I'm gonna gift a couple memberships. see if everything's good. Hello, Marlena. Oh, thank you. Triggered, are you here? I did not hang up on you. My stupid phone died, and I realized what time it was, so I was like, darn it. Me and Triggered were having a good conversation. Hang on a minute, guys. I'll throw out 5 on this channel and 5 on the last channel. Let me see. All right, it went through, I think. Let me see. Yeah, Kels, Carolyn O, OFUW, Lucy Lou, and Gina Stevens. Welcome to the gummies, or the green tea. Hey, True Crime Junkie. Hi, Opal Sis. Don't forget to hit the thank you. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Thank you, Opal says. Yes. Carolina Moon. You're so adorable. All right. How's everybody doing? Julie Westner says, I'm going to be listening until I fall asleep. I'm so tired tonight. Oh. Well, I hope you have a good night's rest, Julie, and thank you for coming and showing support. Hey, Kim W., how are you? All right. Samantha Serrano, welcome. Come on, everybody. Y'all want to talk some cases, talk Idaho tonight. There is so much to talk about. I'm excited. Lots has come out during this case. Hey, Mama Miller, welcome. Mama Miller, welcome. Triggered, my beautiful friend. Let me see. My bag, something bit me. Boodle bug when I went to the store. Y'all, tell me that I'm scatterbrained without telling me that I'm scatterbrained. I go to the store. Hey, Retha. Welcome. I go to the store. Remember, I told you I was going to the store to get a drink before the live. Tell me why I take my ass to the store and I'm at the red light on the way back to turn on my road, and guess what I realized? I went all the way to the store for drinks, only not to buy drinks. I went to the store and I was yapping on my phone, and instead of getting the drinks, I got junk and didn't even get any drinks. So, luckily, I had a 2-liter in my, luckily I had a 2-liter, not a 2-liter, but a 20 ounce in my car, and that'll work. You know what I mean? Retha, I'm telling you, every time I walk outside, I get bit. I get bit by something every single damn time. I've been stung by a bee today, and something harassed me on my neck. I don't know. I don't know if you'd say it. I don't know if you'd call it love. Oh, it hurts. That bee sting on the back of my neck ain't no joke. It is sore. It is sore. Mods, if anybody comes in here promoting, causing us any kind of a scene, please block them. Block them away. Has more info been released since the police statement? A lot is coming out in these documents, True Crime Junkie. Lots. So we're going to go through it. Hold on 1 minute. Did you get the stinger out? Yeah, triggered. I had to get Neil to pull the stinger out. Give me 1 minute. Now it's going to start itching. You know how bee stings do. They itch. All right. If you don't mind, please take a second. Click that thumbs up. Y'all know I got to do my usual. I scheduled this live so quickly. I don't even know. Did any of you get a notification? Or did y'all find it on your own? I live in Florida and have never leave the house without Centranil. I'm telling you, that's what I need. Get antibiotic Neosporin and put. Okay, I will. Y'all did get notified? Okay. Toothpaste? I've never heard of that. Dab some ammonia on it. I don't know if I have ammonia. I don't even know if I have any of that. Give me 1 minute. I am ready to talk some true crime tonight. Baby. So much stuff going on, like coming out in these documents that I want to talk about. Lots. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Hello. Give me a second. I'm trying to pull up everything. We got some documents. We got interview with Steve Gonsalves. Give me a second. I'm pulling up the docs. Give me a second, guys. I'm pulling my documents up. Just a second. Okay, hold on a second. Lord have mercy. 1 second, y'all. I had it and I lost it, so I'm having to find it again. There it goes. Hold on. Got it. Got it. Got it. All right. Sorry about that. I had to pull up my documents. Okay. Now, that gives enough time for people to come in anyway. Is tonight as graphic as the other night? I'm going to have to just give a trigger warning because, I mean, anything with Idaho is probably going to be graphic. Because some of these documents I'm blindly reading through, so I don't want to say no when it is. Yeah, I'll drop the link in just a little bit. Sensitive material being discussed. Yeah, for real, what we're going to be talking about. Yeah, I'll drop the link. We'll do an open panel. Just let me gather this stuff. I'm going to read a little bit and then I'll share the link. Let's see. Too sauce to care. Hey, everyone. I'll be listening while cleaning. Oh, I did a lot of that yesterday and today. Oh, God bless you. Welcome, everybody. Come on in. Come on in. Listen. If you want to become a member, consider joining the green team. Y'all know I got a pedal. I got a pedal or quote unquote grift, as they say. So thank you, everybody, for being here. If you don't mind, take a second, click that thumbs up. We're about to get into it. If you want to become a member, we would love to have you on board. This is the green team over here. We are the Gummy Squad on the backup channel, green team here. If you want to become a member, consider joining. That helps me tremendously. Also, I have my link scrolling. You can contribute towards whatchamacallit. I didn't forget what the hell it's called. The goal? Super chat goal? I don't know. Want to know how weird I am? I literally love and enjoy cleaning and organizing. It's instant gratification. That's not weird at all. I'm not like that every day, but like I get in moods. Like for me, it spurts. I enjoy it too. I really do. It makes me feel productive. It helps with my nerves. Also. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. No, there's more than this too. Let me see, guys. Let me zoom into this. Well, there it goes. Trying to find. Damn it. Hold on, guys. These documents are aggravating. Let's go ahead and just I'm going to read some of it and then I'll drop the link and then we'll all discuss it. Some of these we went through the other night. Okay. Says, I believe I've read this one. On 11/13/2022 at approximately 11:56 hours, I responded to an unconscious subject at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Upon my arrival, I found a large gathering of people in the parking lot immediately north of 1122 King Road residence. 1122 King Road is a white 3-story single-family residence with multiple bedrooms. Okay, I think I did read this one. Yep, we read that. Okay, so we know the condition, right, that the kids were found in. We absolutely know that already. And I don't think, hold on. Barrett, respond to residents for the remainder of the night. Wait a minute. All right, this is just telling us people that took over. Let's see. November the 14th, I went to 1122 King Road with Sergeant Blaker to observe the scene. I walked through the house and around the outside of the residence. Okay. Along with other investigators looking for possible evidence. Okay, here we go. ISP investigators were on the scene, walking through for the second time, looking for investigators who were on the scene. Walking for a second time, looking for additional evidence. I walked around the south side of 1122 King Road, up the hill and along the fence line for blank Walenta, the backyard for blank Walenta Hill, and along the fence for blank Walenta. The backyard for blank Walenta backs up the backyard area of 112 King Road. I spoke with blank and blank at blank Walenta and asked for his permission to look through his backyard area, which he said I could. G told me that he was the person who previously called, he was the person who previously called dispatch to provide information about what he observed. Now listen to this, y'all. I think this is where they talk about the door, if I'm not mistaken. This is a neighbor who called to tell about what he observed. I told G after looking, he told me that he was the person that called dispatch to provide information about what he had observed. I told G after looking over the area and through the residence on King Road, I would come back and get a statement from him. I did not locate anything of interest in the backyard of blank Walenta or on the hillside behind 1122 King Road. I walked into 1122 King Road and looked through the house with other investigators. The following 4 evidence items were collected by ISP J. Talbot inside 1122 King Road on November the 14th, 2022, and turned over to me on the scene. ISP took photos of the items in the places that they were collected from. I booked the following items into Moscow PD evidence. A copy of the evidence property receipt relating to these items is attached electronically to the case file. A rolled $2 bill located at the desk in front. Oh my God. A rolled $2 bill located on the desk in what's F2 bedroom 1 northwest. Blue powder, suspected drugs located on the desk in F2's bedroom. Who's F2's bedroom? Oh my gosh. They found drugs in the house. Female 2. Floor 2? Look. A rolled $2 bill located in the desk in female 2's bedroom 1. F2 bedroom 1 northwest. Xana said to be Adderall? Oh, okay. Well, look, they're college kids. Should we really be surprised? Honestly, it's college kids. I'm not surprised. Doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Everybody has their... Tell me if you didn't experiment at college age or when you were in college, right? Like, it's not gonna... It's college, right? You know they did. Well, that's what kind of made me wonder if they want to be like if that's why the girls didn't call. Adderall's a very popular... Yeah. Am I cutting in and out, guys? Do I need to go out and come back in? Holy crap, I did not know this. This is new. All right, let me see. In the bushes, go out and come back in, babe. Try that. It may be you. Go out right here. Yeah, go out and come back in, babe. Yeah, so college kids do their thing. So I suspected mushrooms, and I am not surprised at all, right? I mean, I figured there might have been something going on. Or it could be Xanax. Xanaxes are blue. How do you know that, Soulshine? How do you know? Right. I thought that's why they didn't call 911. You heard it read today? Oh, well, I'm going to read. So we're reading. We're going to be here for a little while. We're going to read, and we'll get... And like I said, I will drop the link too. I just want to read through some of this. Well, let's keep going. Blood sample west wall, F2 living room, floor 2 living room, west wall. There was blood on the wall in the living room? Blood sample floor 3 bedroom 2, northwest wall. I spoke with the following people who live at Blanquilenta. My conversation with SGMM and TM were recorded and are attached electronically to the case file. I wonder if they will let us have the audio. Okay. Spicy said she's prescribed Adderall and it's always been orange. Okay. Soulshine, what did you hear? Just Nicole said 2 sauce go all the way out of YouTube and come back in. Right center. I don't know what this is, but we're gonna keep going. Let me see if there's a page 2. All right, here we go. Blank told me the following. He woke up a couple of times Saturday night. He looked at the clock, saw that it was 04:17 hours, and said after about 5 minutes of waking up, he heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. Waking up, he heard a dog barking. Let's see. I read that twice. Sorry. It's too close together. G said that he was going in and out of sleep after an hour. Around 5 o'clock or 500 hours, he still heard the dog barking outside from the direction of 1122. So the dog was outside. Okay, I'm confused. G said that his bedroom is on the far northeast side of Blanquilenta and is closest to the backyard of 1122. G said there is a motion light outside of his window, and he said that if it is turned on, he would have noticed it. G told me he has lived in this residence since January and has not heard a dog barking outside before in the middle of the night. I spoke with M. Told me. They told me on the 13th he woke up around 02:30 hours and left the house around 3 o'clock. Blank said he had an extended training day and it lasted 12 hours. Blank said he finished his extended training day around 1800 hours at Buffalo Wild Wings and arrived home around 1830 hours. Blank said he was with approximately 20 members and did not notice anyone who shouldn't have been there, or did not notice anyone who should have been there was not there. Blank did not remember hearing anything in particular when he woke up and left around 2:30 and 300 hours. Blank did not hear the dog barking. I next spoke with Blank and Blank. They told me that he did not hear the dog barking at any point. Blank said he had been out at the bars that evening of the 12th and got home around 2:30. He said he sleeps with earplugs in and said his sister mentioned she saw Madison Mogan at some point at the corner club. Provided me with his sister's phone number. All right. That was from D. Vargas, Sergeant J.W. Lawrence. Okay, so that's all for that page. Let's go to the next one. This is a lot of redaction, but hold on. Whoa. This is 3 pages. Here we go. It opens like a book. Okay. We'll pop it back out. How can I make it one page view? There we go. Now, that's what I'm talking about. That's better. That's better. All right. And if anybody needs to get my attention, just bear with me. I'll keep looking as much as I can. I'm on a separate page. Dog was outside because BK left the back slider open. I think Murphy was out there barking, trying to get help. Possibly, yeah. Possibly. All right, here we go. On 11/15/2022, blank and blank came to the Moscow PD substation to speak with Officer Rosinski and I regarding the incident possibly related to the homicide that occurred on 11/13/2022. They stated on 10/21/22 an unidentified white male came into the Women's Center and asked to speak to someone. Blank spoke to the male. She stated that he asked for snacks and appeared to be under the influence. She stated the interaction only lasted about 5 minutes. Blank stated the male said that he had a female friend who was in an abusive relationship. The male stated that he was afraid that the female would be hurt by her boyfriend and was also afraid that he would hurt the boyfriend due to the abusive behavior. Blank did not gather any names and had never seen the male before. I asked both Blank and Blank if they had any contact with any of the victims. They said they did not, and they did not have any of their contacts documented. On 11/15/22, at approximately 11:50 hours, Blank came into the substation to speak to me. I was told by Corporal Payne Blank went to Gritman on 11/13/2022 to seek medical care for cuts on his hand. I asked Blank what happened to his hand. He stated on 11/12/22 at 2000 hours, he cut his hand attempting to cut chicken for a sandwich. Blank stated he was intoxicated when he was trying to cut the meat. His pocket knife slipped and cut his hand. I asked when he went to the hospital. He read his wristband from the hospital, and he said he went in on 11/13/2022 at 1400 hours. Blank told me he lived at the Blank house. The laceration was on his right hand. He sent me a photograph of the injury, and I attached it to the case. Asked Blank if he knew any of the victims. He stated he had seen Ethan two times at parties, but did not know any of the females. He said that the Blank sister's house was blank. He said it was a national standard, but he had friends from multiple sororities. Blank ran me through his weekend from Saturday morning. He stated he slept in Saturday morning, 11/12/22, woke up around 09:30 hours, said he went to the tree house, which was a Blank outhouse located at Taylor Avenue. He stated he spent the whole day there watching the game. He said he left the tree house. Okay, so this is just some rando that they were making sure didn't have anything to do with it. Blank said he was willing to sign a consent form for the medical records if we needed. Blank said that he could not remember if he cut his hand on the window or with the knife. Blank said his friend told him to go to the hospital to make sure there was not glass in his hand. I went with Blank to the house. He showed me the window they found broken. I photographed the window and attached it to the case. On 11/16/2022, I responded to Blank at Main Street, a person of interest. Blank lived at and confirmed. So these are just people they're going through. Service tenant through Blank said they could not see who used the service. I asked Blank if any of their tenants tried to get out of their leases recently. They said no. They said they started his lease on 7/18/22. The employee remembered Blank because his father was adamant of getting him an apartment. Let's see. I responded to Blank to see if Blank utilized the internet service they provided. The employee gave me a paper trail of all tenants from Queen Road that used it. Blank did not use the service. On 11/16/2022, I was asked to follow up on individuals connected to the victims or people of interest. The names provided were, I don't know, they're all redacted. So I called the Dean of Students' office for phone numbers for all the people. I called Blank first, who stated that he was at his home in Boise. Blank and Blank stated they lived together in Meridian. I passed the information on to Captain Barrett. I also TLO'd Blank and Blank. I got a number for Blank and called him. He provided his home address in Boise and said he was willing to speak with the detectives. I forwarded the information as well as a TLO of Blank to Corporal Payne and Captain Barrett. On 11/16/2022, from the DOS office came the ISUB, stated that he had information regarding the homicide. First stated that the DOS office had a debrief to check. Lord, some of this is just fluff, y'all. Hold on. Here we go. Make sure everybody's good. Let me come back and check on y'all. A lot of this is just fluff. Hi, Rita. Hello, Pirate Radio. Long time no see. Aw, Spicy. I hope you're okay. True story. I ended up getting a mini golden doodle because of Murphy. Aw. I saw Kaylee's TikToks and I loved him. I've had my Cosmo boy 2 years now, and he is the best dog that I ever had. Oh, I heard they're very loving. Very, very loving animals. All right. Patience, my loves. We're going to get to some stuff. All right. On November the 15th, 2022, when I arrived at work, I had several voicemails on my desk phone. I began reviewing the voicemails. Most of the voicemails were tips on the current homicide investigation. Many of the tips were about the live feed from the grub truck. Throughout the day, I fielded several calls from the people with possible information that believed they may be of importance to the investigation. I received a call from a blank. They told me that she was at the corner club with two of the victims, Madison and Kaylee. The night prior to the homicide, she told me there was a college-age male known by Madison. Blank told me the male was wearing a black and white flannel shirt with a black shirt underneath that had writing in white letters and said antisocial. Blank told me the college-age male, who had been identified as a CB, that's his initials, was acting creepy. She said that he was not engaging people in conversation and he was just staring at the girls in the group that she was with. Blank told me that B had been grabbing girls by the butt and being handsy. Blank said she confronted B and told him to stop touching girls inappropriately or she would have him kicked out of the bar. At one point, Madison introduced her, Blank, to him. Wait a minute. And told her she knew him. Blank said she let her guard down a little when it came to B, and was later told by Madison that she only knew B through class and a group project in which they worked on together. Blank said a short time later, Blank was kicked out of the bar. A short time later, I took a call from DJ. They told me that he works at Blank. Said he was a regular customer by the name of G, who comes in almost every day. Said that Blank makes Everyone feel insecure because of the way he acts and the dark things he says. Blank told me that he lives in the area of the homicides. I looked up names and numbers in Spillman, and it shows an address on Conestoga. Has had numerous involvements with the MPD over the last 2 decades, some of which relate to possible mental health issues. Oh. Okay, that's all of that one. Let's see. All right. On November 15th at approximately 12:48 hours, I spoke with blank president about the 1122 King Road residence. I asked if she knew the people who lived at the house. She said yes. She said that they were a close group of friends who primarily hung out with themselves. I asked if she ever went to parties at that house. Blank said that she did a couple of times, but the parties were small. She said the roommates were a pretty tight group who didn't throw big parties. I asked if she knew about any drug use or sales from the house. She said she thought Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin may have used Coca-Cola, but nothing big, and no one sold drugs. I asked her if she knew whether there were large quantities of drugs kept at the residence. Blank said no. Blank then told me that she was at Corner Club on November the 13th, 2022, between midnight and 0200 hours. She said Madison Mogan and Kayla Gonsalves were at the Corner Club during that time. Blank said she heard a male was kicked out of the bar because he was acting creepy towards Mogan. I asked Blank if she had other details about this male or the incident. She said no. I told Blank to get a hold of me if she had any more information she believed would be helpful. That's all of that one. Supplement number 18. On November 14th, 2022, at approximately 1000 hours, I responded back to 1122 King Road to conduct a neighborhood canvass in the daylight. Chief Fry was with me. We started from the rear of the residence and covered the small hill area behind 1122. Right behind the residence, there was a small black bag that had previously been out in the weather for some time. There was nothing in it. We searched up the parking lot of Queen Road, then worked southwest along the hillside below the parking lot. We searched the fenced backyard of Willenta Drive and continued west above Blank King Road. From there, I was joined by Sergeant Gunderson, and we went through the south side of Blank King Road, around the back, then back west between Blank King Road and I don't know why it's put blanks all in front of that. Out in Taylor Avenue. We crossed open the play field from Taylor Avenue north to Nez Perce Drive at the crosswalk. We walked pathway north to Memorial Grove and stopped at that point. I returned to the intersection of Taylor Avenue and King Road, where I met with Chief Fry again. From that point, we proceeded east the south side of Taylor Avenue, looking in the shrubbery and around the cars parked along the curb. At the entrance of the parking lot of Taylor Avenue, I located a black vest laying on the grass next to the fire hydrant. The vest appeared to be weathered with leaves and debris on it. It appeared to have been there for several days. I checked the pockets and examined the vest, but did not find anything of note. As we continued to walk east along south side of Taylor Avenue, I noted a large amount of trash and various items on the grass and in the bushes, including various glass and plastic bottles, pipes of various types, some articles of clothing, such as t-shirt and underwear, men's and women's, and various papers of litter. All appeared to have been in the area for several days or weeks, and I did not determine any evidentiary value of any item I saw. So that's just showing where they basically searched the area. Everybody still good? Y'all still with me? Oh my goodness. Bear with me, guys. It must be hard to ascertain what was relevant and what was trash for College Town. Could you imagine what the hell they had to go through? Somebody had a barbecue. They probably, to be honest, wasted more time trying to look through because of that. Hold on a second. All right. I spoke, okay, on 11/16/22, I spoke with blank at the substation on the University of Idaho campus. I asked blank if she had any special relationship with any of the victims. And blank aid, or I think it meant to say said, she was really good friends with Xana Kernodle and met Xana freshman year. She said that she also was close friends with Kaylee Gonsalves and met her freshman year during recruitment. She said she knew Kaylee the best. I asked if Kaylee hung out or associated with anyone with violent tendencies. She said no and expressed that she was confused about the incident because she saw on the news someone said Kaylee mainly stuck together with her roommates. Blank said that Kaylee also hung out with King girls, which were a bunch of girls. I asked if Kaylee was involved in using illegal substances, and blank said just Coca-Cola, probably. I asked if she saw Kaylee doing Coca-Cola, and she said no, but she knew Xana was pretty into it. Detective Dean asked if Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was into Coca-Cola, and she said she did not know. She said she didn't know Ethan that well. Detective Dean asked if drugs were being sold from the house or if the drugs were more used for parties. She said they were used but not sold. Detective Dean asked if there were large quantities of drugs at the house or if the house was known as a drug house, and she said no. I asked if Kaylee ever mentioned having a stalker or having concerns about anyone, and blank said no. She said Kaylee never mentioned anything to the girls. Blank asked if she saw the Twitch stream. I asked what she saw in the stream, and she mentioned that there were two guys. I asked if she recognized the two guys, and she said she did not. Said her friends blank mentioned that the two males were being weird. I asked if anyone recognized anyone from the Grove truck stream, and she said no. I asked if she was familiar with the fraternity members of blank, and she said yes. I asked if there was anything mentioned why the males were labeled as weird, and she said that she thought one of the males nudged the other male like, oh, those are the girls, go and get them. She said that blank would be worth talking to because she was there during the time. I asked if blank spoke with Kaylee, and blank said she might have said hi but wasn't sure. I asked if any of the victims had any issues with anyone, and blank said Kaylee was an unproblematic and peaceful. Blank said she can't imagine someone with violent tendencies around her. She said she felt the same way about Madison. She said, if anything, maybe Ethan and Xana. I asked if Ethan and Xana associated with violent people, and she said this because she said that Xana and Ethan were more outgoing and hung out with different friend groups. All right, hold on. I got to drink my drink. Detective Dean asked if Kaylee and Madison recently had a boyfriend or ex-boyfriends. Blank said that Kaylee dated a guy, Jake. No, wait a minute. I don't know who the J is. Oh, Jack, duh. Jack Decor for a couple of years, and Kaylee and Jack were high school sweethearts. Blank said that Jack was a really nice person. Blank said she spoke to Kaylee a couple days before the incident, and Kaylee said once she graduated, she was looking for an apartment in Texas. Blank said Kaylee met a guy from Texas that is already living in Texas, and they were going to be roommates. I asked Blank if Kaylee and Jack were still together when Kaylee mentioned that to her, and she said no, that they were already broken up. Blank said that Jack mentioned that Kaylee attempted to call around 3 o'clock asking if he was up. Blank said she didn't think that Jack replied to Kaylee because he thought it was some type of booty call. Detective Dean asked how they knew that Kaylee attempted to reach out to Jack, and she said because Jack told them. Kaylee said, Blank says she thought they found out after people were asking Jack if he knew anything about what happened. Detective Dean asked if Madison had a boyfriend, and Kay said yes, they call him something, and she said she thought his first name was Jake. Blank said that they are still together. Blank said she does not think that they had problems, and Jake was a good guy. Detective Dean asked if what he looked like, and Kay said Blank was short, maybe 5'7", and balding. Said he had brown hair and was skinny. Thought he lived in Coeur d'Alene. Blank said Blank was Madison's little. Oh, Bethany was Madison's little. Said Kaylee and Madison were the closest out of all the roommates. Detective Dean asked if Blank had a boyfriend. She said yes. Blank said his name is something, and he lived in Boise. I think that's Dylan. And said that he was nice and hardworking. Blank said had epilepsy and was not a violent person. Blank said she was not aware of any issues between the roommates. I asked if Kaylee hangs out with any other males. Blank said Kaylee was talking to a guy named such and such who was a member of Well, this is personal. Said Kaylee was talking to a guy named blank blank who was a member of another fraternity. Said they had a sexual relationship and would hook up here and there. Blank described Blank to be over 6 feet, brunette, and medium build. Blank said he was serving as vice president too. I asked if there was anyone else Kaylee spent time with. She said no, unless Kaylee met someone at the bar that night. Blank did not know if Kaylee met anyone in particular, but heard a male got kicked out for being creepy towards Madison. Blank or Blank could probably have more information. They were also at the bar. Blank said the last time that she spoke with Kaylee was about 1700 hours on 11/13. She said Kaylee showed up with all of Kaylee's roommates at her apartment, the Whites, sometime between 1430 and 1500 hours. Blank said that they left sometime between 17 and 1800 hours. I told Blank I was aware of the social media post all the roommates pictured together, and Blank said that was at her apartment. I asked Blank if she had been over to Kaylee's house before. I asked if people usually if people use the Wi-Fi, and Blank was unsure. Said they usually leave their doors unlocked and everyone knows it's a blank out of house. I asked why Kaylee lived in a house with different sorority, and Blank said Kaylee and Madison had been best friends for several years and spoke about living with each other. Blank said that Kaylee was still close with her freshman, sophomore friend group. I asked Blank if she was aware of any cameras in the area. Blank said no. Detective Dean asked if she saw anyone in the area that seemed out of pace, and Blank said that she thought while she was at her apartment and does not remember who, but said someone mentioned about a random kid carrying a BB gun, but no one thought anything of it. Blank says she has reached out to Blank on 11/13 after the incident, but did not reply. Said maybe Blank has reached out, but was unsure. I asked if anyone has reached out. All these redactions make it hard. I concluded my interview. Okay. Let me okay. On 11/17 at 14:30 hours, I responded to University of Idaho Kibbe Dome to interview Blank and Blank. Corporal Barrett stated that Blank possibly had information regarding the homicide. Blank stated on Sunday, 11/13/2022, between 0900 hours and 1000 hours, he was walking his dog. All right, here we go. Here's where we learn, you guys, that the door was wide open. The front door was wide open. This is not a rumor. It was 28 degrees that night. Thank you, Retha. Over 100 plus people should seriously consider touching the like button. It won't bite you. Please. My goodness. Where's everybody at tonight? So the door was open. I think this is the part where we're about to read this, that the door was open. Okay. Blank stated on Sunday, 11/13/2022, between 0900 hours and 1000 hours, he was walking his dog. He stated that when he walked by the first time, he noticed the front door to 1122 King Road on the north side of the building facing campus was wide open. He stated he knew that it was a party house, so he assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door that night prior. Blank stated that he walked his dog up Taylor Avenue to Blake Avenue, then down Sweet Avenue. He said the walk took him approximately 1 hour. He stated that he walked back to his apartment around 1100 hours and the front door was still wide open. Blank said he was unsure if the information was known or not, but thought that he should report. Asked Blank if he knew anyone that lived at the house. He said no, not personally, but in passing, I thanked him and cleared. So I got to stop there. What in the hell was the door open for? It was 28 degrees. Wide open on both sides. So we got the back sliding glass door wide open, and we have the front door wide open. Crazy. Thank you, Queen Brown Eyes. I don't know where everybody's at tonight. Either they don't like me no more or everybody's over Idaho. I don't know. Could be both at this point. Oh, I got brain freeze. Hold on, y'all. Keep drinking that slushy. Crazy brain freeze. Okay, so that was 9 o'clock, between 9 and 10, or 9 and 11, I think. Are you okay, Marlena? Right, in the bushes. Right, at 28 degrees, Soulshine. 28 degrees. Front and door. Front and back. It would be cold as hell. That's way well below freezing. Well below. No Madness said PM before BK. No, I don't think it was PM. It was morning. That was the morning, wasn't it? That was that morning. Yeah. See, because look, it was the morning because he said, I assumed that someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door the night prior. So yeah, it was morning. It was that morning. So when Bethany and Dylan were in her room, the front door was wide open. So I have to wonder when that front door was open. Reality said she had to go to the airport and she'd be back in an hour. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next page. Well, supplemental 2022. Here we go. We're a good ways through it. All right. So cell phone warrants. AT&T, the records, that's them trying to get a warrant. Dang, they got all the records for several Verizon numbers, several T-Mobiles, Inland Cellular, whatever the hell that is. All kinds. More Verizon. All right, let's see. Let's go to the next one. That's just hold on a second. And here we go. On November the 15th, 2022, I received an email from the blank of Kaylee Gonzalez. He stated that he had access to some of Kaylee's messages and phone calls. He stated that he would blank and blank contact me about those files. I was able to speak to blank and she sent me various files, including an image from the spokesman review showing a camera of a nearby residence, text messages between Kaylee and Jack Decor, text messages between Kaylee and the Uber driver, and a recent phone call list and videos from the Grub Truck Twitch TV feed. I attached those files to the case file. The communication between Kaylee and Jack was located on Decor's phone, examined, and the Twitch feed was previously downloaded. In the image showing the camera, it was found that the residence was at Blank King Road. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow PD, but was the file system of the card. It was not recognized in any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled in the camera. On November the 17th, 2022, John Rosinski recontacted the owner of the camera via phone, stated that she was out of town, but sent the video to Officer Rosinski, showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appear to look inside. To preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked Blank if we could seize the entire device, including the SD card, to which she stated yes. Blank stated that she would not be back in Moscow until approximately the 28th. I directed Blank to contact me when she returns to her residence, in which time I will attempt to connect the camera back to her Wi-Fi router and view video from the device. All right, give me a second. Whoa, where did it go? Is that all of it? Hold on. Yeah. All right, let's the next thing. So a lot of this is fluff. Brittany, great live. And oh, thank you, Retha. Hey, Francis McLagan. Hey, Musta got lost. Brenda says, hello, I'm here. Got sidetracked and I made it back. Woody woot. I didn't forget about you. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Hey, Musta got lost. Oh, here, I'll gift a couple more memberships. Show some love. Thank you, and to everybody on the second channel tonight. You guys are so amazing. Thank you so much for all the support. There was so much support. Sorry, I got a lozenge in my mouth. Hold please. Hold please. So much support. Let's see. See what we can do. All right, this should go through. Thank you, everybody, so much for your support. What? Why didn't it work? What? I don't understand this. What is it? Why is it not working? Hold on. What in the hell? Why is my payment method not working? I don't understand that. That was weird. Okay, I'm about to get a little nervous. It's not letting me gift. Oh, hold on. Weird. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta figure out what this makes me nervous when this happens. What the hell? Hold on, guys. What is... I have no idea what the hell is going on. It won't let me do it. It will not let me gift. It's doing something stupid. Thank you, P. You didn't have to do that, PJ. Thank you. That nags my soul. I don't understand why it's not letting my card work. Does it do you guys that way sometimes where it just won't work? PJ, that was really sweet of you. Thank you. What's wrong, Fuzzball? Are you okay? It's never asked me to verify my card like that. Hold on. It sent me like a text message from my company asking me maybe I've made too many. But hell, I've only done a couple of from my own. I don't know. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Thank you, PJ. I was going to try to gift it. Let me gift on my backup. I did 5 here a while ago, so. Hey, Mr. Happy. Thank you, PJ. Guys, if you were gifted from PJ, please tell her thank you. I don't know why it won't let me do it. Hey, Jamie Lynn. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome. All right. Maybe it's flat. Maybe. I don't know. I think so, Randa. Because, well, it sucks. Because, like, oh, well. Maybe. Let me try something else. Hold on. Let me try to do a super chat. Nope. Won't let me do a super chat either. Same thing. That's so weird. Let me just try it straight from my card. Nope. Cannot verify this card with your bank. That is crazy. That's... What? I don't know. Whatever. I can't focus on that right now. Sorry. That's crazy. It's happened to you too. That's crazy, KW. All right. Sorry. I didn't mean to make you guys wait. Let's get back into it cuz I got a lot to we're going to go over some videos too. We drove almost 5 hours yesterday in the heat. AC in car is not working. Fuzzball. Oh, that is the worst. I know. Hey, Bless Lulu. Hey, Petunia. Yeah, I'll try tomorrow. I'm not going to make y'all wait anymore. All right, let's do this. Let's see what else I got. All right, it says on November the 18th, 2022, I received an email showing a screenshot of a Facebook post from Dylan Mortensen. In the post in the account, the username was blank, reported details about an incident. I searched for the user and found a user ID of blank. This account is an avatar similar to blank's avatar. I was able to pull up the account and it appeared to have the following friends associated with it. I requested preservation on all 4 of these accounts at approximately 07:45 hours. I received an email from Facebook stating the accounts were preserved. Wonder what accounts those were. On November 13th, 2022, I was informed of two of the victims had been patrons at the grub truck located on the main street in Moscow. I was also informed that the grub truck streams live feeds of their customers and sales via Twitch. I was able to locate the Twitch account Grub Truckers and locate the stream from November 12th to 13th. The stream was labeled the Carbonara Effect. We'll never reveal our secret ingredient and located at Twitch TV. In the video, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan are seen walking into camera view of the video at 3 hours and 43 minutes. And at the 3 hour and 43 minute 01 timestamp. They are accompanied by a male later identified as blank blank Jack Showalter. Gonsalves orders and receives food. At 3:53:31 timestamp, the girls are seen walking around the truck and leave the area. Blank appears to be talking to another patron and does not see the girls leave, then raises his arm in a what fashion and walks away in a different direction than the girls. A copy of this video is captured and saved as evidence. Let's see. On 11/18/2022, I was asked to conduct the following blank on blank. I was told that blank was contacted on 11/17/22 by Moscow PD and ISP. I was asked to watch video from 1200 hours on 11/12/2022 to 1300 hours on 11/13/2022 to see movements during the homicide. On 11/12/22, blank left his dorm at 12:05 hours. The military time is getting me. He was wearing a black long sleeve shirt and black sweats. At 12:53 hours, he returned. At 15:03 hours, blank left again wearing a black beanie, black gloves, and a white jacket. At 19:48 hours, he returned to the dorm without the beanie, gloves, and jacket, but then left again at 19:52 hours with a backpack. Blank was gone until 11/13/22 at 12:25 hours when he returned to the dorm. I reported the information to ISP. Well, I wonder what that was about. So they were looking at everybody. On November 18th, I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal, submitted an exigent preservation request for any location data associated with the Uber driver. It is unknown if blank was on duty with the Uber at the time of him picking up Gonsalves and Maddie. Uber states that if the driver was on duty, it would show the location of the vehicle. If the driver was not on duty, Uber would not have the data. I was informed by the Uber customers this is common if a driver provides personal transportation services. At 14:34 hours, I received an email from Uber stating they received my request. I received an email at approximately 16:17 hours from Uber, which contained files regarding the Uber logs. The records show his location up until approximately 01:15 hours, where it appears no other information is found. All right, so let's go to the next thing. On November the 17th, I contacted Detective Neil Uhrig of the Post Falls Police Department for assistance in examining the laptops and iPad located in the residence of 1122. Detective Uhrig arrived at the Moscow PD, receiving the following evidence items: an Apple laptop, 4 Apple laptops, 2 Dell laptops, and then an Apple iPad. So they got a lot of computers. let's see. On November 13th, 2022, I was informed of a possible surveillance camera located at King Road. Ryan Snyder had spoken with one of the residents of this location, Blank, who had a camera using the Home Eye Pro app on the porch of the dwelling. Corporal Snyder provided me with the username and password for the Home Eye Pro account associated with Blank. I asked Corporal Snyder if this video was stored on a cloud-based system or for me to view, or if Blank could download a copy of the video. I was provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera, but the file format was not recognized by any of my forensic computers and prompted me to format the disk. Corporal Snyder informed me that Blank could screen capture the video from her phone, and the card was returned to Blank to enable her to assist the acquisition of the data. On November the 17th, I requested the assistance of Officer John Rosinski to contact Blank and see if she could provide the video from the camera. Officer Rosinski contacted Blank, who stated she was in Boise, Idaho until November 28th. Rosinski Blank sent him a video of a male subject walking by the camera at approximately 03:20 hours towards the dumpster. On Officer Rosinski contacted me, I spoke to Blank and requested permission to remove the camera from the residence, and she consented. Based on my training and experience, I know many of the different video surveillance cameras use a first in, first out storage retention system. This means the newer data overrides the older data. I was concerned data may be lost the longer the camera continued to record footage. I requested assistance from Aaron Morris to go to the residence to unscrew the camera from its location. The camera screws into a common light bulb base. Oh, is this the one we were talking about, y'all? Wait a minute. I think this is the same camera.
Where's your phone?
Hold on a minute. I'm using it.
Please.
Too sauced to care. Thank you, Brett, for going through these. Well, you're welcome as long as somebody wants to hear it. I was worried, should I not? Like, I know it's a lot of reading. So thank God BK took the deal. All of them computers, devices, and phones for people. I would have a seizure watching the court trial. Could you? It's 50. What did they say? 51 terabytes of data. I'm glad that y'all, like I said, I don't mind reading it if y'all want to hear it. Now, if you hang tight too, I know there's some people that don't like reading. We got videos to watch too. We're going to go through a lot of stuff. Milk and cornbread, anyone? I love milk and cornbread. Other channels are going over it too. So yes, you should too for your audience. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to hear it, I know, like I said, a lot of people don't like to have to sit and listen to reading, but it's a lot of some of the things that are fluff. If I notice it's fluff, I'll pass over it, because I have gone through some of this on my own. The other object they think he used on Kaylee was round with lines, but there's no evidence of another weapon. He knocked her teeth out with his fist. Oh my God. He knocked her teeth out with his fist. This dude, bro, what I can't get over, you guys, is one individual One individual. And I'm going to drop the link too. So we're going to do open panel if people are still here. All right. So on November the 18th, 2022, I again attempted to view the contents of the SD card. I plugged in the card into a write blocker, and it still did not recognize by the computer. I used FTK Imager version 4, 7, 1, and 2 to make an image of the SD card. Now that the data was on a drive recognized by the operating system, I then used Axion Magnet version 6.5.0 to, okay, I'm not even going to read all those numbers, to parse data from the card. In reviewing the data, I found over 13,000 individual images from the card. They appeared to be individual video frames from the camera. While attempting to view the data on the card, I received a forwarded email from blank, whose sister blank resides at the residence. The email stated that he was viewing the video remotely when Officer Morris removed the camera. He stated he saw a suspicious vehicle in the area and was concerned with the video footage stored on the device being overwritten. I was then put in touch with blank, another resident at King Road, who stated that she would be back in Moscow on approximately 200 hours. I met with blank at her residence and asked again if she would be willing to assist in recording screen captures on her phone from the device. I explained to blank I would replace the camera, gather the information, and then take the camera as evidence. I also explained to blank I needed to take the wireless router since the camera was already linked to the Wi-Fi network. Blank stated she would consent and allow both items to be seized. I reinstalled the camera in the light socket and it powered on. I was able to watch as I accessed the footage on the camera. During this time, the camera showed a vehicle entering the area at approximately 3:56 in the morning and leaving at a high rate of speed at approximately 4:20. Blank provided the videos to me. I uninstalled the camera and seized the wireless router. Both items were then taken back to Moscow PD as evidence. On November 19, 2022, while reviewing the videos located at 0:56 and 4:20, it appeared the vehicle left the area and may have traveled to Walenta Drive. However, the video stopped. In an attempt to see further to gain perhaps a better resolution, I reconstructed the wireless network the camera operated on by powering on the wireless router. I downloaded the Home My Pro app on my work phone. I was able to use the app and download the video clips. These clips included audio, which were not a part of the screenshots completed and were able to capture a longer duration. In the clips, the vehicle's exhaust and acceleration can be heard, as well as seeing the vehicle leave at a high rate of speed on Walenta. After capturing the clips, I discontinued the camera and Wi-Fi router and placed them into evidence. The videos were placed onto a DVD and placed into evidence. Wow. So that's how they got the that's how they got their evidence of the car. Let me talk to y'all about that. Wow, that's the everybody keeps saying that you could hear. Remember, Bethany and another person said they could hear a loud pop. like a firework. Do y'all think that maybe his car, you think maybe his car, what is it called? When your car backfired or something, maybe? They thought it was fireworks. Could it have been a backfiring vehicle? Yeah. Because they said you could hear the exhaust. That's the first thing I just thought about when I heard him say that. Or when I read the officer said that. And hello, everybody coming in. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Right, they thought it was fireworks. He could do this because he has no emotion. My heart breaks that the families will see all of this. It breaks my heart, so I can't imagine the grief it brings them. Yeah. It does me too. Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind reading. I enjoy it. All right. Narrative. On November the 19th, 2022, at approximately 1200 hours, I met with Detective Mowry, who tasked me with downloading surveillance video footage from several USB memory drives. Detective Mowry gave me multiple small manila envelopes with contained USB memory drives collected from multiple different investigators. Detective Mowry asked me to download the videos from all of the drives and to place them on external hard drives, which he provided to me. Once the task was complete, Detective Mowry asked me to copy all of the videos from the portable hard drive to the M drive in our City of Moscow network, where he created a folder for the working copies. After downloading the videos from the individual USB memory drives, I placed them back into the manila envelopes they came from and sealed them with evidence tape. I did find 2 of the USB memory drives which came from the same envelope. Did not contain any video footage, and I returned them to Detective Mowry once all the videos were downloaded to the portable hard drive. I then copied them all to the M drive on the city network and returned the hard drive to Detective Mowry. Okay, so that was just... Let's see. Okay. On 11/15/2022 at about 13:48 hours, I spoke with Blank on the phone. Blank said that she was good friends with Kaylee Gonsalves, but was also friends with Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin. Blank said that she was a member of the sorority blank. Blank is currently a junior at the University of Idaho. Blank said she was not aware of anyone that Kaylee associated with that had violent tendencies. Blank said she was not aware of Kaylee being involved in drugs in any way. Blank said she knew people partied with drugs, but didn't know if Kaylee or any of her other roommates were being involved in drugs. Blank said that she did not know if drugs were being sold from their residence. Blank says she was at a party earlier in the day at a friend's. At the Whites. Blank said at the apartment she saw Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Blank said they were all just hanging out and there were other people there as well. Blank said there was nobody of concern at the apartment and that everyone present was a familiar person. Blank said she last saw Kaylee at the grub truck. She said she arrived after Kaylee and said Kaylee was there with Madison Mogan. She said Kaylee's demeanor was good and that they struck up a conversation. Blank said Kaylee seemed really happy and said Kaylee and Madison were laughing. said she did not have a conversation with Madison and only Kaylee. She said that they did not mention what their plans were after the grub truck. Blank said Kaylee and Madison seemed a little intoxicated and believed that they came from the club. Blank said Kaylee seemed coherent and was not stumbling or slurring her words. Blank did not know if Kaylee and Madison showed up to the grub truck with anyone. Blank said that she later watched the Twitch video and it appeared that someone showed up with Kaylee and Madison, but she did not recognize the individual. Blank said her friends did not either. Blank said after Kaylee got her food, she saw Kaylee and Madison walk the direction of the campus. Blank did not see anyone follow them. Blank mentioned that she saw in the grub truck video someone walking in the same direction. Blank said that she heard that there was someone concerning at the corner club. Blank said that she heard the individual was being creepy towards Madison and was kicked out. Blank was not aware of any other males that Kaylee spent time with. Blank said she knew that Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend that went to UI, but she understood that they were on good terms. Blank said she knew Madison had a boyfriend that graduated from UI. Blank did not know his name. Blank did not know of anyone that Ethan and Xana hung out with. Blank said she wished she had more info to share and thanked Blank for her time and concluded the interview. All right, 31. Well, narrative. Transporting electronic devices to Post Falls PD and Coeur d'Alene. On November the 16th, 2022, I transported 4 cell phones belonging to Gonsalves, Mogan, Coronado, and Chapin to Coeur d'Alene PD and gave them to Detective Dustin Taylor at approximately 0700 hours. On November the 17th, 2022, at approximately 12:49, I picked up the cell phones from Detective Taylor at CDA PD and brought them back to Moscow PD and gave them back to Detective Mowry. On November 21st, 2022, I transported the phones belonging to Chapin, Mogan, and Coronado to Coeur d'Alene PD and dropped them off with Detective Jesse Welch. That's weird. Why were they taking them back and forth? I transported 2 separate charging cords belonging to electronic devices to Post Falls PD and dropped them off with Detective Brad Johnston. I don't understand that. Why would they take the phones to Coeur d'Alene? And back? Maybe they had some type of tech there, you think? Okay. That's weird. All right. On November the 16th, 2022, at approximately 07:45 hours, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt and I attended the Okay, here we go. This is going to be a trigger warning. I'm going to go ahead and give it to you now. We're at the autopsies. We're about to talk about autopsies, guys. Trigger warning. It's going to get bad. All right. Ready? Oh, here we go. Yep. Trigger warning. Take one more sip of my drink. And no, I'm not eating. I'm drinking a slushie. Hey, T-Ty. Hey, Zoe. If you guys don't mind, please take a second, click that thumbs up. If you want to become a member or help out in any way, it's greatly appreciated. My links are all over. Not expected, but always appreciated. All right, here we go. On November the 16th, 2022, at approximately 07:45 hours, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt and I attended the 4 autopsies of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office in Spokane, Washington. The 4 autopsies were all performed at Dr. Blank's. Gary Tollison, a detective with ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies, Kernodle, Mogan, and Gonzalez, as he arrived after the autopsy of Chapin was performed. Here we go. During the autopsy, the following items of evidence were collected. Kaylee Gonzalez, her DNA card, hand swabs, 4 right hand wet dry, left hand wet dry, hand swabs, wet and dry. Wrist swabs, 4 right wet and dry, 4 left wet and dry wrist swabs. Forearm swabs, 4 on right, wet and dry, left, same thing. 4 foot swabs. They swabbed her foot, wet and dry on both feet. Ankle swabs, 4 right, wet and dry, ankle swabs. 1 anal swab, 1 oral swab, 1 vaginal swab. Head hair. They took nail clippings, 2 right, 2 left. A neck swab, 2 wet and dry. Hand bags. They bagged their hands, 2 right, 1 left. T-shirt, Corner Club, nasty and inebriated, black. A pair of pants, Joe Boxer, gray and black flannel. Silver earring, 1 sock, white Adidas. An SD photo card, an autopsy photo card. All of the above listed items were released to me by blank on 11/16/2022 at approximately 19:27 hours. Madison Mogan, 4 right and left wet and dry hand swabs, 4 white wet and dry wrist swabs on both sides, a forearm swab, foot swab, ankle swab, anal swab, oral swab, vaginal swab, head hair, nail clippings, neck swab, handbags, short sleeve shirt, pink, pants, black Vandal Russell brand sweat pants, silver rings, a hair tie, black, false eyelashes, 2, SD photo card, autopsy photos. All above listed were released to me. Xana Kernodle's DNA card. Okay, all of this. Wonder why they didn't do a thigh swab on the other girls. But they did a thigh swab on Xana. Huh. Hold on, I got some questions. Listen to Xana's. It's different. Hand swabs, 4 right. 4 right and 4 left. Wrist swabs, forearm swabs, foot swabs, ankle swabs. Now listen to this. Thigh swab. They didn't do a thigh swab on the other girls. Thigh swab. Look at this. Hold on a minute. Anal swab, oral swab, vaginal swab, head hair, pubic hair. Why did they? Okay, hold on. And they did a foot bag on her, not just hand. Well, maybe that's because she was running. Question, why did they take pubic hair and a thigh swab from her, but not from the other ones? Because she was stabbed more times? Weird. I'd like to know what the reason for that is. Maybe that's what it was. What did Just Jana say? Where are you at, Just Jana? I don't even see you. Where did you go? Huh. I don't see Just Jana. She's not showing up for me. And it's good to see you, Yay. I don't know if I said that to you. Oh, in the bushes. So maybe they thought maybe it looks like she did have like some type of, intercourse. Probably because she was the only female with no pants on. Yeah, Destiny. I know that might sound like stupid questions that I have, but I promise I'm not trying to be like funky. I genuinely maybe that's just how my brain works. I don't know, but I'm like, what? I think because she was in her panties and t-shirt. Yeah. All right, well, let's keep going. So they did head hair, pubic hair, nail clippings, 2 right, 2 left, neck swab, handbags, foot bags, sweatshirt, Under Armour, gray, underwear, Calvin Klein, beige, trace evidence, left hand, trace evidence from body bag. Wonder what that was. SD photo card, autopsy photos. Ethan Chapin, DNA card, hand swabs, wrist swabs, forearm swabs, ankle swabs, anal swab, oral swab, penile swab, head hair, pubic hair. So they took his pubic hair too. Did they do a thigh swab on him? No, thigh swab. Nail clippings, neck swab, handbags, traced evidence from right hand. Ooh, trace evidence. Necklace, bracelet, socks, 2 Puma brand, right and left, SD photo card. All of the above listed items were released to me. So you know what I noticed, y'all? There's no clothes from Ethan. None. The only clothes that they took from Ethan are socks. Was he naked? Ethan must have been completely unclothed because there's no clothes that was... Oh, man. Footprints on Ethan. Ethan only had socks on. Wow. Found with only his socks. That was the way I took it too. That's so sad. Goodness gracious. Privacy of their own home. Oh, gosh, it's terrible. All of the above listed items were released. Okay. Major crime prints. As a part of the autopsies, major crime prints were taken from each of the victims by the Spokane County Forensic Unit. Chapin's prints were taken on 11/16/2022 and released to me on 11/16/2022. Kernodle's prints were taken on 11/16/2022 and released to me by blank on 11/16. Mogan's and Gonsalvez's prints were both taken on 11/17 in the morning by blank and were left at the Spokane Medical Examiner's office. On 11/17, I responded to the Spokane Medical Examiner's office and collected Mogan and Gonsalvez's prints. Major crime prints taken by the following: Ethan Chapin, feet prints taken at 11/16 by blank forensics. Xana Kernodle's hands and feet prints taken on 11/16. Mogan's hands and feet. Why was it only Ethan's feet and not his hands? Maybe because he didn't fight back. Mogan's hands and feet prints were taken. Kaylee's hands and feet prints were taken. At the conclusion of the 4 autopsies, Dr. Blank met with Kathy Mabbitt, Gary Tolson, and myself and told us the following. All right, here we go. Only Ethan's hands weren't taken. His handprints. The rest, I guess, because he didn't fight back. Ethan, it sounds like Ethan didn't wake up. Ethan didn't even have a chance. And a lot of guys do. PJ, yeah, no, they're grown. They're adults, you know what I mean? Here's what I'm thinking. I'm just not to be too graphic or not trying to be disrespectful or too graphic, and it really doesn't matter, but for the sake, now I think I know why they took in a pubic swab or a pubic hair and a thigh swab from Xana. They probably did do the deed. Ethan was naked and went to sleep. Xana freaking put her underwear back on and went to the door to get her food. They're grown. They can do it. That's probably what happened, and that makes sense. Yeah, and he probably so, yeah. This is heartbreaking. I'm so sorry for their families. Right? Yeah, that's a good question. Or a good point. You'd think they'd have taken Ethan's prints to rule out male prints found around the house. Yeah. I don't get that. All right, here we go, y'all. Ethan Chapin's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which severed his subclavian vein and subclavian artery, and also his jugular vein was severed. Ethan had only sharp force injuries. Xana in her right lung and 2 lacerations in her heart. Listen to this, y'all. Kernodle had 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive. Xana only had sharp force injuries. 50, let's stop and talk about this for a minute. 50 stab wounds. Plus. 50 plus stab wounds. What? Where did you get the energy for 50 plus stab wounds? Bro. I cannot even like fathom the amount of exhaustion. Mind you, this is after the dude just got through unaliving 2 girls and knocking Kaylee's teeth out. I still think, hey, April, I still think, I'm sorry, I still think Kaylee was Kaylee was absolutely the target, in my opinion. The damage that was done to that poor girl. Oh, yeah, they said she put up a hell of a fight. That's red zone rage. Yes, Lee's. Hey, Lee Zimmerman. Hey, dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. Come on. Where's everybody coming from? Come on in. Come on in, darlings. Missed you guys. Unfortunately, we're talking about the autopsy results, guys, of Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. And it's awful. I'm so glad to see you guys here tonight. Hey, 1 second, guys. Don't leave. Bear with me 1 minute. Okay. Sorry, guys. All right. Let me read that one more time because there's people that just come in. Ethan Chapin's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which severed his subclavian vein and subclavian artery. He also has his jugular vein was severed. Ethan only had sharp force injuries. Xana Kernodle's fatal injury was from 1 laceration in her right lung and 2 lacerations in her heart. Kernodle had 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive. Xana only had sharp force injuries. Madison Mogan's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration and a liver laceration. Madison only had sharp force injuries. Kaylee Gonçalves, y'all, this is awful. Kaylee Gonçalves' fatal injuries included a left lung laceration, a liver laceration, 2 subdural bleeds, and a stab behind her clavicle, which cut her subclavian vein and artery. Kaylee had signs of sharp force injuries, asphyxial injuries, and blunt force injuries. Kaylee had 20 plus stab wounds. He did a number on that girl. He did an absolute number on her. I'm so sorry. Because Ethan was hit in the main artery and was laying. That was a lot of blood pouring and pulling, and why the house bled. Yeah. Yep. And his head, the way that they described it was his body was on the bed, but his head was like hanging over the side up against the wall. So the blood just ran down the wall. Okay, that's weird. Soulshine said they found male and female clothing and pipes, is what they said. Why didn't they collect them? Right, around the neighborhood. Weird pipes. What it... Yes, her face was destroyed. Yes, yeah. They said that they one police officer said that he could not even identify what he was looking at. Like, he couldn't even figure it out at first. My heart goes out to the paramedics and the police officers who had to witness that too. Dr. Blank said that the weapon used was not serrated. It was single-edged, very sharp, and said a lot of force was used by the suspect. I will be uploading Dr. Blank's final autopsy reports to the case file when they are completed. On November the 16th, 2022, at approximately 19:55 hours, I drove from Spokane County Medical Examiner's office to the FBI office located at blank in Coeur d'Alene. Okay, well there it is. There's my answer right there. They took the phones to Coeur d'Alene because that's where the FBI field office is. Okay. And met with Special Agent Bryant Gunnerson. Several of the clothing items collected during the autopsy were still wet and needed to dry in evidence dryers overnight. S.A. Gunnerson and I placed the following items in two separate dryers, Dryer 1 and Dryer 2, in their evidence room, and I released the items to S.A. Gunnerson. S.A. Gunnerson signed for the items on 11/16/2022 at approximately 21:02 hours. The items belonging to Gonsalves and Mogan were placed into Dryer 1, and the items belonging to Kernodle and Chapin were placed into Dryer 2. Kaylee Gonsalves, handbags right and left. T-shirt, Corner Club Nasty and Inebriated, black. Pants, Joe Boxer, gray and black flannel. Sock, one sock, a white Adidas. Maddie's was handbags, right and left. Short sleeve shirt, pink. Pants, black Vandal Russell brand sweatpants. Dryer number 2 was Kernodle's handbags, right and left. Sweatshirt, Under Armour, gray underwear, Calvin Klein beige. Ethan's was handbags, 2 right, 1 left, socks, Puma brand, right and left. I transported the remainder of the evidence items back to Moscow PD and placed them into evidence fridge in the Moscow PD evidence room. On November the 17th, 2022, in the morning, I drove to FBI office located at blank Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and met with Special Agent Bryant Gunnerson. I removed the dried items from the dryer, from Dryer 1 and 2, and I packaged them back into their original bags, along with the items I turned over to Gunnerson. On 11/16/2022, I collected 2 additional items from S.A. Gunnerson, 1 bag which contained the drop sheet, filter, and security tag from Dryer 1, and 1 bag that contained the drop sheet, filter, and security tag from Dryer 2. Gunnerson released the items to me on 11/17/22. On November the 17th, I worked with blank Moscow PD evidence technicians and booked all of the items collected from autopsies into MPD evidence. So let's go to 33. All right, on 11/21/2022 at around 14:30 hours, I met with U of I Deputy Director of Public Safety and Security regarding saved security camera footage on the campus. We provided an external hard drive to recover the footage, and he completed the transfer of information after receiving the hard drive. I immediately turned it over to FBI agent Dave Bodley so his team could review the data. So that was pretty much it of that. Let's see. Let me make sure you guys are good. Everybody good over here? Everybody, thank you for being here with me, guys. I know this is hard to listen to. Happy holidays. Thank you. Oh, come on, guys. We could do better than that. 377 people, and we only got 180 likes so far. Let me try again. Let me see. Oh, shoot. My son's got my phone. Never mind. I was going to see if it let me gift now, but I don't know if it will. Hey, Fuzzball 2.0. Fuzzball, have you tried your account again? Tried your main account to see if it's showing up? I pray that they never let the photographs of them out, everyone to see, give them their dignity. I would not. I don't think I want to see them. Thank you, Francis McLaughlin. I thank you for that. Thank you for clicking the thumbs up. D's Mystery says, if y'all don't want CV, hit that thumbs up. D's Mystery. You're funny. I wanted to gift some memberships, but it won't let me. All right. All right. It's been peaceful tonight. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon. You're funny, D. You're cute. Okay. Rosinski booking of 2 cigarette butts on Detective Adams' ISB behalf. 2 cigarette butts? Who smoked? I was asked by on 11/21/2022. I was asked by Detective Adams with the Idaho State Police to book 2 cigarette butts into evidence that he collected. Detective Adam brought the 2 cigarette butts to the Moscow Police Department evidence room, where I watched him place them both into a separate ISP envelopes. I sealed the envelopes with evidence tape and signed the tape for both. The chain of custody was filled out on both envelopes. I booked the 2 envelopes into MPD evidence and requested they be sent to the state lab. I took photographs of the cigarette butts and attached them to the case file. Wonder what this, who's, that's weird. On November 21st, 2022, at approximately 11:57 hours, I was asked by Captain Tyson Barrett to follow up on a possible lead in the 1122 King Road homicide case. I was told a Mexican drug dealer with the moniker Blank was possibly selling drugs to several fraternities and sororities on the U.S. of Idaho campus. I told Captain Barrett I would contact several of my contacts to see if anyone knew of this. At approximately 12:04 hours, I began contacting my fellow Quad Cities Drug Task Force, Detectives Brett Damon, Colby Martin, and Bryson Ace. None of the detectives have heard of Blank selling Coca-Cola in the Quad Cities. At approximately 12:11 hours, I reached out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, ATF, Special Agent TJ Wahera, out of the Spokane, Washington office. Reference. S.A. Wahera hadn't heard of that, but said he would reach out to other agencies in the area about him. I also spoke to Blank at approximately 13:13 hours and Blank at approximately 17:25. Blank and Blank said that they never heard of Blank selling Coca-Cola in the area. Blank said he would contact me if he heard anything. I also spoke with Brendan DeMeyer with Benton County Sheriff's Office in Washington at approximately 16:25 hours. Deputy DeMeyer hadn't heard of blank, but said that he would contact his local detectives about the name and let me know if he found out anything. I will be waiting to see if the information can be found out about blank. So, Lord. On 11/22/22 at about 11:20 hours, I met with blank blank at the U of I Office of Civil Rights and Investigations. I provided blank with a new USB storage device to which she saved documents pertinent to the investigation. I met with FBI agent Alex Skelton at the police department. I gave Agent Skelton the USB storage. Okay, so some of this is just... Hold on. On 11/23/22, Agent Alex Skelton with the Federal Bureau of Investigations requested files to be picked up from the Office of Civil Rights. I transported the drives and OCRI where I met Deputy. I returned both thumb drives. I certify. Okay. Just where they returned thumb drive. Well, hold on. Y'all hear that cricket? Sorry if you do. It's like in my window ledge. All right. On November the 18th, 2022, I met with Moscow PD property coordinator. They released the following items of evidence. It's numbers. I don't know what that is. Transported these items of evidence to Meridian, Idaho, where I turned them over. It's really nothing. All right, let's go to the next one. We only got 50 of these. 51. Oh, this is a lot of redaction. Okay. On November the 26th, 2022, I requested and was granted a warrant for eBay for the sale of the following items between January 1st, 2022 to present. A Sin blank K-Bar full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife and K-Bar 1217S leather sheath. Wow. 2 K-bar, so a K-bar and a sheath. On November 26th at approximately 1907, I logged into the eBay law enforcement request system located at, let's see, http le.corp.ebay.com. I received an email from blank eBay providing me with an internal case number. Let me see. At approximately, let's see, I logged into eBay. I received email from blank providing me with an internal case number. Wow. Let's see. That's interesting, right? At approximately 11:05 hours, I received an email from eBay stating that the files were ready to download. I logged into the portal and downloaded the files. And examining the files, eBay showed with zero purchases for the Asin K-Bar full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife. However, in examining the files, eBay showed several user IDs associated with the sale of the K-Bar leather sheath. Wow. Look at that. Arizona, Idaho, Pennsylvania, Washington, Ohio, Wisconsin, New York, Texas, Ohio, Washington, Arizona. This is, let me see. Oh, here we go. No subscriber information, IP address, payment information, or customer records were provided. As these user IDs are associated with a knife sheath purchased before or after November 13th, I am requesting the assistance of the Latah County let me see. As these user IDs are associated with a knife sheath purchased before or after, I am requesting the assistance. Let's see. To apply a warrant for the account information for the above named eBay user ID subscriber information to include contact information, billing information, account opening data. This is wild. So it's basically asking for it. I completed the warrant return, so it's asking for the. That's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. Let me see. After arrival, I used the Ethernet cable to connect my laptop to local area. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. On November the 13th, 2022, I responded to 1122 King Road in Moscow in an attempt to interrogate the wireless router located at this residence. After speaking with Corporal Brett Payne, he informed me that the wireless router and cable modem were located in the living room on the second floor. After arrival, I used the Ethernet cable to connect my laptop. Wait a minute. Let me see. Router then provided. Wait a minute. I then used the Ethernet. Hold on one second, y'all. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Give me just a second. Damn it. That cricket is driving me nuts. It's distracting me. Can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear it? It's just like all in my ear. He's like right here on the outside of my window. It's beautiful when it's far away, not when it's right in your ear. Hey, reality. Hey, just a girl who loves frogs. How are you? Woo woo. Who? What happened? Happy holidays. What are you doing?
Listening.
Hot Mess is doing good, guys. Hot Mess is doing, yeah, just a girl. It's singing to me. The only thing is, I can't hear myself. Oh, it stopped. I love crickets. I love frogs. I love the nighttime in the summer. I love that sound, but
Mhm.
not right in my ear. I like it in the woods off behind me.
Right.
So, take it you got back from the airport in one.
Mhm. It's just amazing how many people are still awake at this hour.
Nobody goes to bed in the city.
Driving around like no big thing.
I ain't like that here. If I had to go to my town right now, it'd be dead as a doornail.
Did you hear about Christy?
What?
While she was in court, she was getting threatening texts. I have the link if you want to play it.
Yeah, somebody sent it to me right before the live.
Okay. Yep.
Marlena sent it to me, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
scary.
wonder who was threatening her. That's crazy. See, that makes me think if there's somebody else.
Yeah, especially the way it was worded to her.
Okay, let me finish. Well, let me finish this, and then we'll play it.
Okay.
We don't got much. All right. It says, after my arrival, I used the Ethernet cable to connect my laptop to the local area network. Ports on the back of the Spectrum Wi-Fi 6 router with the serial number blank blank blank. The router then provided my laptop with an IP address and gateway IP, which resolved the router. I attempted to locate a web-based management portal. All right, hold on. I then called wait a minute, did I miss that spot? I attempted to locate a web-based management portal for the device that was prompted to download the Spectrum app and use the account username and password to access the device. I contacted Spectrum technical support and found this was the only way for the client to access the data on the device. I then called the Charter Law Enforcement Response Team. Wait a minute. And spoke with a representative that tried to ascertain if Charter or Spectrum could retrieve data from the router via their diagnostic portal. After several days and phone calls to Charter, I spoke with blank blank, the manager of Legal Response Operations Center. Blank stated that her team was working on verifying if the router's hardware was able to be accessed. On November 17, 2022, I then again called Charter and left a voicemail. They returned my phone call and stated her technicians were able to access and download the data from the router. However, they did not preserve the correct time frame specified in my request. I was told she would have her technicians retry and preserve the data. On November 17, 2022, I again called Charter and left a voicemail. I received a call back from blank who stated the technicians were able to retrieve the data for the time periods of September 14th, 2022 to November 7th, 2022, and November 11th, 2022 to November 14th. I was informed there was a problem with their cloud service, so that resulted in the data loss for November 8th through 10th. Oh, come on. I informed Blank I would be applying for the warrant requesting the data with the legal process. From my training and experience, I know wireless routers allow wireless devices, phones, tablets, laptops to connect to them for access to the internet or other devices on the local area connection. During this process, after a device is successfully connected to the wireless router, a log.
You have a message mod chat, please.
Oh, okay. Give me just a second.
Uh-huh.
Whoa, hold on. I'm gonna have to pull it up on my. Hold on.
Hi, Mrs. Magoo. Good to see you. She's got it, honey. I told her.
All right.
You're welcome.
Fuck you, Three Sides.
I was waiting for it.
That's what I gotta say to you, Three Sides. You need to go get some type, like, I don't know if you got kids, you need a grandbaby, or you maybe need to go, find a hobby, bingo, or take up what do you call that? Where you do the crochet. How did you? Yeah, I was doing the crochet with my hand. Like, you need to go find a hobby, Three Sides. You really need to get some help. If you are on this platform and you got like 3 or more fake accounts,
something's wrong.
Okay, and you stalk the same person all the time, something's wrong with you. There's so much to do on YouTube. So much.
We're not bothering you. We don't give a flying you know what about you.
I know that you got your little 3 seconds of fame, Three Sides, but you'll never be back on my panel again. You can try, but it's not going to work. You got the same trick every time too. You act nice at first, and then you start going off. Weirdo.
Yeah, we know how you operate. Kick rock. Goodbye. Okay, let's get back to reading, Britt.
Spicy. Spicy.
I know. I read.
I announced her to F off respectively. No, disrespectively.
Yeah.
I love adult coloring books, and I paint. I'm actually working on a painting right now for my daughter, so I highly suggest it.
I like the color too. My last one was Tinkerbell, and she actually came. Yeah, she came out pretty. I have to find her.
Love it.
It's good therapy. I mean, it's like relaxing and calms you. It's nice. It's good therapy.
All right, let's see.
You were on that there. You were where it said the laptop. You're talking about the laptops.
Oh, okay. It says, from my training experience,
being connected. The sentence down from the second. Yeah.
Here, I'm just going to say a log of this connection and the specific MAC address, media, blah, access control of each device is kept on the device. If a user previously selected the connect automatically setting while connecting to the wireless router, which is a common default setting, the device will connect to the router automatically without any user input. These devices would have been in close proximity of the router to be shown on the MAC address log. The data previously stored on the wireless router located at 1122 King Road and preserved by Charter/Spectrum may show individual MAC addresses and devices connected to the device. If the suspect had previously connected to the wireless router, was in close proximity to the wireless router located in the residence. Hold on, y'all. That was super cool. For sure. Yeah, super cool. Sorry, my son wanted to show me something. I've always wanted a Tinkerbell. Oh, you want a Tinkerbell painted, Boston? Hey, Boston. I would paint a rock music Tourette's. I love rocks. Y'all, please click that thumbs up. There's 400 people here. We need more thumbs up. We need as many as we can get. And if you want to become a member, that helps too. Where did reality just go? Girl, come back. All right. So it says, if the suspect was previously connected to the wireless router, was in close proximity to the wireless router connected to the residence, this device may have automatically connected and appeared on the MAC address logs. This could provide evidence in which of when a device was in close proximity to the router on the night that Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were unalive. I requested the assistance. Hold on. Okay. That's you, right, Reality?
Yes, it's me, honey.
Okay, sorry. I just threw you up without looking.
That's fine. That's me.
I requested the assistance of the Latah County Prosecutor's Office in applying for a warrant to serve on charter for the data records preserved and stored at Charter Communications associated with the Spectrum wireless router with serial number blank 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 and MAC blank 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 and Spectrum cable modem with MAC. Okay, that's just a lot of words. On November 21st, I was granted a warrant for the data preserved on the charter. On 22nd, November 22, that's my dad's birthday, by the way, I received the email from Blank stating that the files were ready to download via the charter portal. I logged into the portal, downloaded the files, and saved them to a computer in the secure forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. Those documents were sent to the Blank prosecutor's office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to the charter. I thought it was going to tell us what was on there. Hold on, guys. On November 17, 2022, Blank was interviewed by Sergeant Mike Van Leuven from the Idaho State Police at the ISP District 1 office. At the time, he provided a phone to Sergeant Van Leuven along with consent to search the phone. The phone is an iPhone XR with IMEI transported to the Coeur d'Alene Police Department Forensic Lab at Blank in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The phone was to be extracted by Detective Dustin Taylor of Coeur d'Alene Police Department. On November 18th, while confirming Detective Taylor received the warrant, I was informed that the phone no longer was at Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Lieutenant Paul Berger picked the phone up from Taylor and delivered it to the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, where investigative analysts received it. The data on the phone was forensically extracted at the location. From November 19th, Idaho State Police Detective Richardson retrieved the data from the forensic lab and delivered the phone to Blank's mother per the attorney's wishes. Detective Anderson on November 21st of the Idaho State Police provided Sergeant Van Leuven with a USB drive containing the extraction. Sergeant Leuven then provided the USB drive to me and it was placed into the secure forensic lab. Since the warrant was not served, I did not complete a warrant return receipt and nothing was collected. Court documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. So they didn't even check that phone? Whose ever it was, I'm going to assume Ethan's maybe?
It said E. Oh. Yeah, we just say paint rocks. If you don't want to say kick rocks. You can say
yeah.
That's good.
Okay. On 11/13, Dylan Mortensen was interviewed in regards to the homicide investigation at 1-1. 22 King Road. Dylan said that she was a resident of the house where the incident occurred. Dylan said that she was at a party at around 10:30 hours on 11/12/2022 where she was drinking. Dylan said that she went to a blank house. Dylan said she believed that she arrived home between to I guess 12:30 and 1 o'clock on 11/13/2022. Dylan said that she thought Bethany arrived home at around 20 minutes after she arrived. Dylan said she believed Maddie and Kaylee arrived home at around 1:30 or 2 o'clock on 11/13/2022. Dylan said that said up to this, nothing weird had happened during the night. Dylan said that her and her friend Blank came home, followed by Bethany from Blank. Dylan said that Blank lived at the Blank house and Bethany was her roommate at the residence. Dylan said that when Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves came home from the corner club at the same time and everyone went to bed. What? But they didn't.
No, they didn't.
That is not what happened at all.
That's not according to the time logs of the phone records.
Well, in another story from the police, Dylan said that they all went upstairs to Kaylee's room and were talking about getting food.
Yes.
What? I'm so confused on how these stories keep changing. Dylan was asked about the layout of her house. Dylan said Kaylee's room was directly above her room. Dylan said she lived on the second floor and Kaylee lived on the third. Dylan said Kaylee and Maddie both live upstairs on the third floor in separate rooms. Dylan said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor and that Bethany lived on the first floor. When asked about Murphy, Dylan said that it was a dog owned in common between Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, Jack. Dylan said that there were no apparent issues between Kaylee and Jack. Dylan said that Maddie and her boyfriend named Jake, who was in Boise at the time of the incident. Dylan indicated that Xana was dating Ethan Chapin, who was in the room with her at the time of the incident. Dylan did not know of anyone who would want to hurt Ethan. When she was asked, Dylan was asked if she saw any cars in the area that should not be there. Dylan said, "No, I was not really looking at that."
But the thing also, there's too many discrepancies. I mean, it's contradicting from all the other times of statements.
There are a lot of discrepancies. I mean, I'm not. You have to admit that it's weird.
Jack and Kaylee were not seeing each other anymore.
Mm-mm. It's bizarre. All right. Dylan said that she woke up around 4 o'clock on 11/13/2022 where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy, the dog, dancing. Dylan said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, "There's someone here." Dylan said she thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. Dylan said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. Dylan said that at this time she jumped up, locked the door because she did not know what else to do. Dylan said she called out to Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, all of them on their phones. Dylan said Dylan was asked if she saw anyone downstairs or heard anything. Dylan said, "No, I don't even know how they got in." we're usually pretty good about locking doors and never had problems before. It was really just random. When asked again about the series of events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Dylan said that she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but it could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. Dylan said she then heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Dylan said it was weird because the statement was not in a nice way, and the voice was one she had never heard before. Dylan said she called out to Kaylee again, and there was no crying after, and she did not know what had happened after that. Dylan said that she opened the door again, and the guy is right there. This is what she said. She opened the door again, and the guy is right there. Dylan described the male as approximately her height, 5'10", or a few inches taller, not skinny but athletic build. Dylan said the suspect was wearing all black with a mask that covered just his forehead and goes around his face. Dylan, I'm trying to envision that. A mask that covered just his forehead and goes around his face. Dylan showed with her hands the mask exposed his nose but covered the mouth area. What kind of mask is that, guys? It exposes the nose but covers the mouth area. I think it was Xana too. A ski mask.
I think it was Xana also. Because the way that she was found in the bedroom, she had her head facing the east wall, I guess you'd say. And her feet were at the door, like she was going in the door.
Mm-hmm.
And face up. She was on her back. So that would explain the...
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Dylan said that she believed that the suspect was white but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. I need to stop right here because that throws me off too. I'm just going to tell y'all. Eyebrows. You remember his eyebrows so vividly that you remember they're thick. Like, that's the one thing that stuck out to you, but you don't remember what color? I don't. I don't know. That's weird. Dylan said that she believed the suspect was white, but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. See, for me, I feel like if you saw Brian Kohberger, the one thing that would stick out to you, for me, I'm going to be honest with y'all. If I come into contact with Brian Kohberger, his eyes would be what I did not forget.
That and nose. Those would be the two things.
Oh, yeah, and his nose is very, yeah. But his eyes are just, his eyes would be, I mean, they're, that would, I mean, wouldn't you? Like, think about his eyes. That would be the one thing that, and he does have a very visibly crooked nose.
Yes.
But the creepy eyes, his eyes are very creepy.
That's true. They do, PJ.
Yeah. I mean, his eyes scare the crap out of me. If we don't get to it tonight, because I do got some other videos to show y'all. If we don't get to it tonight, I'll show it to you tomorrow where Olivia describes being face to face with him and how, like, it's so surreal. She said she's not scared of him, but when she was around him, it just made her feel like she needed to run. just take off running. Like there's nothing. He's soulless, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just completely soulless. Hold on.
Welcome back, Morning Star.
Hey, Morning Star. I'm glad you're back.
What's
Hey,
up?
Brenda.
What's up with the
What's up? All of our amazing friends. Glad y'all are here. So good to have you back. All right, let's get into it then. He made her. Yeah, right, Spicy? Okay. Dylan said that she believed that the suspect was white but did not remember the eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. Dylan said that when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. Well, come on, man. You're talking about what, 34 times Kaylee? Yeah, I wanted to go through that too, PJ. 34 times Kaylee was stabbed, and then Xana was stabbed over 50. I believe that Dylan was spared because he was exhausted. How could he not be? So she says, he saw her and just left. Dylan said she believed that he was holding something near his stomach or belt line. Dylan used both hands to point straight out from her abdomen. Dylan then moved her hands apart and back together to simulate a bulge. Dylan said this area was black in color and she thought now maybe it was a GUN. Dylan said the unknown object had an arrow shape. Dylan seemed really unsure and said she was tired during the event. An arrow shaped. What was that he had? Because we're trying to remember the second weapon that got Kaylee too. What was that? Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said someone's here to when she saw the suspect. Dylan said that she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. Dylan went on to say that she was in and out of it and she did not fully remember the incident. Dylan was right. So how could that be your star witness?
From the phone records that says different.
Right. Yeah. Like, how did you not? But oh my goodness, that's true. Wow. Okay. I don't know. Let me see. All right. Dylan was asked how long. She said 20 minutes. Dylan was asked where the suspect was. Wait a minute. She did not remember the incident. Dylan was asked where the suspect was in the residence when Dylan saw him. Dylan said the suspect was in between her bedroom door and the kitchen. So in that little square. Dylan said she remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. Dylan said at this time she closed her door and locked it as fast as she could. Dylan said the suspect did not walk towards her or say anything. Dylan said once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany. Dylan said Bethany informed her she heard a sound that sounded like a firework. Dylan then said she told Bethany she called everyone and they were not answering. Dylan said that she was in and out of it and believed everyone was just asleep. Dylan said that she then went to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Dylan said that she woke up around 11 or 12 hours. That's not true. And called her roommates and no one answered. Dylan said she called I guess Hunter and Emily, and they came to the residence, went upstairs and told Dylan they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Dylan was asked.
Phone records say otherwise.
Wow. Okay. Let me see. I still want to know what that sound was. It sounded like a firework.
I don't know, but who would be down there on the main floor? And where her bedroom is, there's no access to outside. Now, she could see it through her window, but the way her door's facing doesn't face towards outside. Because she said she heard it underneath her door.
Yeah, exactly.
Who was down there?
Let's see.
Supposedly down there.
No one answered. She said she called. Okay, they did not hear it. Wait a minute. Hold on. Went upstairs, said they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. Dylan said the noise and described the noise as a loud boom, but Blank did not hear it. Or Bethany heard the noise. So how did Bethany hear this loud boom? But Dylan didn't hear that.
Yeah, remember how they said where the house is located, everything echoed? Everything like bounced off? Even the police have said that in the video on the body cam.
Yeah. All right, let me try. This is wild.
Says the door was open right there too.
Again, yeah. Dylan was asked if any of her roommates shared any weird experience in the last couple of weeks or calls or texts. Dylan said, no, it's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow, usually. When asked if there were any altercations at the Blank party, Dylan said no, everything was normal. Dylan mentioned again that she was with Blank and Xana at the party. Dylan was asked if anyone was having sexual relations with anyone they shouldn't be, and Dylan said no. Dylan brought up an incident which occurred about a month prior. Dylan said that she and Blank remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was talking. Now listen to this. Now I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you this right now. This gives me a tinfoil hat. This makes me want to put my tinfoil hat on. And it really does make me wonder about like psyops, or if, there was more people involved or something like this, because it says Dylan brought up an incident which occurred about a month prior. Dylan said she and Bethany, remember Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside. And said Kaylee also mentioned she was at blank 2 or 3 weeks prior and an individual was following her. Dylan also said she arrived home one time and they believed that the slider door was wait a minute, and the door of the residence at 1122 was found open. Dylan said she did not believe the slider door was locked that night. 112 11 12 22. Dylan said that she heard Murphy barking a lot around 400 hours on 11/13. When Kaylee went upstairs, Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase a suspect outside. Dylan said she did not remember if the suspect who ran left the slider door open. All right. So there's also
So Murphy barked a lot, apparently.
yeah, and so I heard somewhere earlier, I think it might have been on Brian Enton, and we just haven't read it yet, that people reported that they had been seeing like people in the woods leading up to the event. Like Murphy was running towards the woods and not coming back for long periods of time, barking all hours of the night. Like weird stuff was happening leading up to the homicide, which really makes me wonder, like, what's that about? Because Brian's only one person. Lolly says, I believe it was all BK escaping the area out previously. I think he got Murphy used to him. What about the door being open? I said, hey, Daisy, love. Good night. I said I believe that he had to have went in the house at some point to know who's where and who sleeps. You know what I mean? It's like playing telephone. Right, April? The story keeps changing slightly. It really does. Right. Soulshine. Bethany also said she'd had a toothache. Her impact statement called her dad, took an Advil, and went back to sleep. That's untrue as well. Yeah. We read the phone records. We saw where we read it all. They were up most of the night.
And who left the front door open?
So Blank said around 1200 hours on 11/13/2022, Dylan called Ethan. No, wait a minute. I don't know who this was. Emily, maybe? Hunter's girlfriend. Dylan told Emily that she thought something was not right in her house. Dylan also told Emily she heard and saw a man in the house the night prior. Dylan asked Emily and Hunter to come over and make sure everything was okay because she locked herself in the bedroom. Hunter said that he was the first person to get to the residence. Hunter said he entered the code to the front door so was the door unlocked? The door was closed then? Because according to the neighbor, the door was open.
Right.
I'm confused now. Let's see. Hunter said that he entered the code to the front door where Bethany and Dylan were in the room on the first floor. Dylan and Bethany were telling Hunter they did not know what was going on. So I thought Emily Allant said that when they walked there, Dylan and Bethany were standing outside.
That's what I thought.
That's how does the story keep changing? In the documentary, in the not only was the slider open, Lolly, but we just read an eyewitness. One of the neighbors said that the front door was wide open too. That he walked by the house
at 9.
at 9 and then back at 10, and the door was still open. This is crazy, y'all. Yes, that morning, Lolly. Yes, ma'am. It was one of the neighbors. I had read it earlier. We've been reading for hours. But if you kind of go back, you'll hear it. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I don't even remember what supplemental section it was. But yeah, one of the neighbors gave an interview to the cops that he walked by. That is not a rumor. It really did happen. One of the neighbors. Yeah. So that's what I said, Lolly. The front, and I do want to still go live with you, Lolly, over on your channel and do a conversation. That is the front and back door to this house open in 28-degree weather. All right. All right, let's try this again. Dylan brought up I'm going to read it one more time because this is wild. Dylan brought up an incident that occurred about a month prior. Dylan said that she remembered Kaylee saw a shadow. Hold on. Let's see. All right. Dylan said she and Bethany remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside. Dylan said Kaylee also mentioned that when she was at blank 2 or 3 weeks prior, an individual was following her. Dylan also said that she arrived home one time and the door to the residence at 1122 King Road was found open. Dylan said she did not believe that the slider door was locked the night of 11/12/22. So the night of November 12th. Dylan said that she heard Murphy barking a lot around 4 o'clock on November 13th when Kaylee went upstairs. Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase a suspect outside. Dylan said she did not remember if the suspect who ran out the left who ran out left the slider open. Interview number 2. Hunter said around 1200 hours on the 13th, Dylan called Emily and Hunter. Well, Dylan called Emily. Dylan told Emily that she thought something was not right in her house, and also told Hunter she heard or saw a man in her house the night prior. Dylan asked Emily and Hunter to come over and make sure everything was okay because she had locked herself in the Bethany's room. Hunter said that he was the first person to get to the residence. Hunter said he entered the code at the front door. This drives me crazy because that's not what they said. Hunter said he entered the code at the front door where Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room on the first floor. Dylan goodness gracious. Let me see. Dylan and Bethany were Wait a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. First person to get to the residence said he entered the front door. Room first floor. Dylan and Bethany were telling Hunter they did not know what was going on. Hunter said he went up the stairs and immediately went into Xana's room. He said this was the only room that he went into. Hunter said when he approached the door, it was only partially open. Hunter said when he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. Hunter said he initially did not realize all the blood was dried blood in the room. Hunter said he thought at first they had been drunk and left a mess. Hunter said that he stood there for a moment. He began realizing what he was seeing. Hunter said Bethany and Dylan were uncontrollably crying. Hunter said that he told them to get out the house and call 911. Hunter said that he then Hunter said he then went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer. Hunter said he then went into the room and checked the closet to make sure there was not anyone else in the room. Hunter said he checked for a pulse on both Xana and Ethan and said both of the bodies had rigor mortis and were cold with no breath or pulse. Hunter said he believed 2 had been deceased for a while. Now imagine that poor boy sheltered his whole life. You know he was. Come on. Sheltered his whole life. You know, and he had to go in and see that. I mean, premeditated love says I don't know if you've ever been a victim of violence, but I have. When you're in fight or flight mode, everything can be hazy and memories came back in waves. These are kids just experienced a nightmare. Right, I'm not judging them at all. Listen, I'm not. Don't get my questions confused. I'm not saying that any of these, I couldn't even imagine. I'm not saying that any of these kids did a single thing wrong. What I'm saying is somebody, law enforcement, somebody needs to get it together because the stories are changing like crazy. And a lot of people are going to ask that. I mean, that makes me question why are these stories so different? Let's see. All right. Hunter said he believed he left the knife on the folding table in the living room. Hunter said Emily, Blank, and Dylan started to enter the house and come upstairs. Hunter told them to get out of the residence. He said this was about the time Moscow PD arrived on scene. Hunter said the officer told him to stay where he was at. Hunter said he did not know if anyone else was upstairs as he had not gone anywhere else in the house. Hunter said he had trouble comprehending what he was seeing. Could you imagine if he had went upstairs and saw Kaylee in the condition that she was in? Could you imagine? And
No,
thank God.
I think it probably would have been beyond in shock, to be honest.
Good for him that he got those girls out.
Yes.
Hey, Brenda. Thank God. Mountain Mama. When 911 was called per the tape, all right, let's see. When 911 was called per the tape, All right. Let's see. Let's keep going. Hunter said he was not at the Sigma Chi party the night prior. Hunter said that he and Ethan were texting that night prior, 11:12. By phone, he said Ethan wanted him to come over, but Hunter chose not to. Hunter said he knew Ethan since fall of 2021. Hunter said that he was in blank and Ethan was a member of blank. Hunter indicated let me see. Ethan was a member of blank and indicated that J and E were also were in the same sorority. Wait a minute, indicated that J and E were in the same sorority and were blank. Let's see. Hold on. It's so much redaction it confuses me. Let's see. Was currently dating women, was in the same sorority and roommates. He said that blank, who was also present with the fraternity, blank and was currently dating Jay. Hunter said he and wait a second. And was currently dating Jay. Wait a minute. This is so confused. All this redaction is killing me, y'all. Indicated J and E were in the same fraternity and roommates. H said that E, who was also present in the fraternity, blank J, was currently said he stayed at blank's apartment with blank and J that night of 11/12/22. Blank was asked when's the last time he was at 11/22. Hunter indicated that he was last at the residence on the 12th, where he was at pre-gaming for the Vandals football game. Hunter said he got to the residence at around 12 o'clock or 1. Let me see. Sorry, y'all. All right. Said he got to the residence at around 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock and left at about 14:30 hours to go to a different party. Hunter said the last time Emily was at 1122 was Friday, November 11th, 2022. Hunter did not know if anyone who had issues with Emily had issues with Emily and Ethan and Xana dating. Hunter estimated Xana and Ethan were dating for about 8 months. Hunter said that he knew Xana very well through his girlfriend, Emily. Hunter said that he was not very familiar with Maddie or Kaylee. Hunter allowed pictures. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. He was not very familiar with Maddie or Kaylee. Hunter allowed pictures to be taken of his phone of the conversations between him and Ethan. All right, interview 3. Jay said that she texted Bethany at 11:20 on the morning of November 13th. Jay asked Bethany if she was awake. Jay said, let me see. This is so freaking aggravating. All these redactions mess me up. All right. The morning said asked Bethany if she was awake. Jay said B called her back at 11:49. B told Blank that she and Blank were in Bethany's room. Jay said Bethany was freaked out because of her roommates were not answering the phone. Jay said she heard Dylan on the phone in the background saying, "I saw something." Jay said that Bethany asked her to come over to 1122 King Road and pick her up. Jay said Bethany texted her while she was driving there and said Emily and Hunter were on the way as well. Jay said as she arrived, MPD units were arriving as well. Jay said she did not go to the Blank party, but went to a different one instead. Jay said that Bethany and Dylan came to this other party after she left. Let me see. Let's see. She went to a different one instead. Said that Dylan and Bethany came to this other party after she left. Estimated Dylan left her party, or she left the party around 12:30, and Bethany left her party around 1 on 11:13. Blank said she was in Blank with Blank and Xana. Jay said Xana and Maddie were both in Blank, but they dropped out, and Kaylee was in Blank and dropped out as well. They all three dropped from their sororities? Why?
Yep. It says in there.
Why did they all three drop? Do you know how big that is, y'all? That's not something small. You don't just drop from your... That's your future. If you graduate in a fraternity or a sorority, you're guaranteed a good job for life. Like, something is terribly off with all three of them dropping out of their... Especially Maddie and Kaylee dropping out in their senior year. That's really bizarre. Really bizarre. Whoa, hold on.
It's right there. Money issues.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Dropped out. Kaylee was in Blank, dropped out as well. Jay suspected the girls dropped their respective sororities because of issues with other girls in the houses. Jay specifically cited girls on the executive board who tell other members what to do. Jay suspected this was what they did not like. Jay confirmed she Blank. What in the world? That's weird. Specifically cited the girls had on the executive board who tell other members what to do. Jay suspected this was what they did not like. Jay confirmed that she blank 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 was still active members. Oh my goodness. And Jay said the girls who were still active members of the sorority who chose not to live in the house did so because money issues. The girls who didn't live in the house was because of money issues. Jay said Maddie and Bethany's big sister in the sorority house. I'm sorry. What are the odds that the 3 girls that drop from the sorority are the ones that passed and the 2 that are still in sorority are still alive? That's weird. I'm not saying anything, but that's weird. They were. Kaylee and Maddie were in different sororities, but Maddie and Xana were in the same one. All of the girls in that house were in the same sorority except for Kaylee. The fact that they all dropped, even if it's because they didn't like the girls, like, that's their future. That's weird. I'm just blown away by that, guys. Maybe it's nothing, but that's weird. Blank said that she knew Kaylee saw a dark figure staring at her from the tree line when she took her dog Murphy out to pee. Kaylee saw a dark figure staring at her from the tree line when she took Murphy out to pee. Blank said this occurred about a month ago at 1122 King Road. Jay said there has been lighthearted talk and jokes. Wow. Jay said this occurred about a month ago at 1122. Jay said there have been lighthearted talk and jokes made about a stalker in the past. Jay said all the girls were slightly nervous about it being a fact, though. Jay did not indicate any social media issues or issues between the girls who lived together. Let's see. There have been no issues with the girls. Wait a minute. All the girls were slightly nervous about it being fact, though. Did not indicate the social media issues or issues between the girls who live together. Jay said there's no issues with the girls from the blank sorority and the residents at 1122 King Road. Blank said the front door has issues with locking and sometimes it could be open without a code. Blank said she did know the code in the front door. She said she was unsure if the residents kept the backsliding door locked regularly. All right. Blank said he did not go. This is interview 4. L. I don't know who this is. I think that's an L. Said he did not go to the Sigma Chi party. L said he went to sleep at 2000 hours on November the 12th at Blank's apartment on Taylor Avenue. Let me see. He went to sleep at around 12 or 2 to 3 hours, 2 to 300 hours. L said that he, blank and blank, were up talking in the living room from the apartment until about 5 o'clock on November 13th. L indicated that blank was present but not awake during this time. L said blank said they all went to bed at this time and woke up. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Goodness gracious. He did not wake. Wait a minute. Indicated that he wasn't present but not awake during this time. Said that they all went to bed at this time and woke up again around what he thought was 9 o'clock. Blank said he and blank came into the room where he and blank were. L said blank had called. Hunter said had called Emily around 10 o'clock and sounded scared. L said that D told Emily someone had been in her house last night. L said that ran downstairs and locked themselves in the room. Said they informed them that she did this because of her seeing someone in the house and that could only see his nose and his chin. And said Elle said that Emily was freaking out and wanted them to come over to 1122.
There she says, oh, she sees what?
His nose and his chin.
And the other time it was said what?
His whole mouth was covered.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Me too.
Because there said you could see his nose and chin. But yeah, she did. She said his whole mouth was covered. There are a lot of J's. I don't know who these people are. It's crazy. I don't know. The redaction's throwing me off too, y'all. So L said he walked with Emily J to 1122 from J's apartment on Taylor Avenue. L said blank and blank walked out of the house crying. L said Hunter arrived to the residence first because he left before them. L said he went into the downstairs door and Hunter told them not to come up the stairs. Dylan said he did not know, or wait a minute, who's that? L said he did not know Ethan very well. He said that he did not recall any talk between Xana and Jay about boy issues. Blank said he did not see anything on social media. He recalled an incident from about a month prior where Blank said there was a guy stalking her. Blank said he did not hear anything from that night prior. So all right, let's make this full. Okay. On November the 29th, 2022, I found I'd received 2 emails from Snapchat dated November 28, 2022 at approximately 1700 hours. These emails provided links to download the data requested pursuant to the 2 warrants served on Snap. And November 21st, 2022, the files were downloaded and saved onto a computer located in a secure computer forensic lab located in Moscow PD. The data showed blank purchased a K-bar USMC brown leather knife sheath for a 7-inch blade on August 14th, 2022. Let me see. I located 2 younger males associated with blank in TLO. I have found TLO to be generally reliable in previous investigations. Those males appear to be RTK, born 1996 and 94. In reviewing the eBay account, it appears he purchases and sells military memorabilia and equipment. I informed Sergeant Dustin Blaker of this information for follow-up. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latah Prosecutor's Office to be returned to court. Number 44. On November 21st, 2022, I requested and was granted warrant for SNAP. The accounts associated with the following identify Kaylee Gonsalves. On November 21st, 2022, at approximately 18:27 hours, I logged into the SNAP portal located on Snapchat, served the warrant. I received an email from Snapchat providing me with internal goodness gracious. I completed the warrant. So that's just basically saying they completed the warrant. All right, 45. November 17th, I received and began to receive data from the cell phone provided in response to warrants at approximately 13:52. I received an email informing me the files from Verizon for the requested phone call detail records. I completed the warrants return, the receipt, the affidavit. Completed the. Let me just make sure that approximately the files from AT&T. All right, it's just saying they completed. All right, on November the 26th, I requested and was granted an amended T-Mobile. Okay, that's T-Mobile. I completed the warrant. Pretty much the same thing. November, I was interviewed potential witnesses in regards to the incidents at 1122 King Road. During this process, I was tasked with extracting data from the following phones. I received and signed all the consent. A bunch of people gave their consent for their phone stuff. This is wild. There were so many people there that morning. I assisted the FBI with removing the center stacks from Ethan Chapin's Ford Explorer and Madison Mogan's Chevy Cruze. Once the center stacks were removed, I booked them into the Moscow Police Department.
Ethan didn't drive a Ford Explorer. He was driving the Jeep.
Yeah, what in the world?
His sister and his brother were driving the Ford Explorer. They got that wrong.
Yeah, they did. Who's Ford?
His sister and Hunter were in the Ford Explorer, the black one that was behind Ethan's Jeep in the pictures. Ethan was driving a red Jeep.
Yep, great catch. Great catch. I was just reading right along and went right past it. You're right. On November 18th, I applied for and was granted warrants for the iCloud accounts. So that's the iCloud. And here's 50, y'all. We read them. We read them all. On November the 29th, I was asked to pick up the cell phones and hard drives from Detective Chris Ruchert of the Walla Walla Police Department. Yeah, that's just him picking it up. We read it all. Well, at least we read all of that. We read every one of those. So there's more, I'm sure. Yeah, Dylan's impact statement broke me too.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, there's more.
There's more, but that's what we read for tonight. And I say we did pretty damn good when we did we read 51 files from the general narrative, right?
Yeah. Do you need that link for Christy, or are you gonna get it from Marlena? Post.
You want to send it to me again?
Yeah. If I can put it back here. Yeah, I think it's still there. There you go. There it is. PJ put it in mod chat too. Well,
thank you guys.
You,
I was just looking for something real quick. Hold on 1 minute.
It's been a beautiful night, huh?
So we've freaking went through a lot. We read a lot of stuff. All right, guys, here we go. There's a couple things I want to go through with y'all tonight too. Let's start with this though. Here we go.
And I was when you turned that podium, and I was in the courtroom. It was like, man, it's on now. I mean, that was really a moment. I first want to ask you though, and I noticed this. I was sitting behind you guys, and I saw Christy, your wife, pull out her phone, and look sort of disturbed. And then you guys called the deputy over, and then he was looking at your phone, and I kind of figured something bad was going on. And it turns out that it was a threatening text message that she had received during the actual sentencing while the victim impact statements were going on. And I don't want to read the whole thing because I just don't want to give glory to, whoever did this, but I do want to read a little of it so people can see what exactly happened. It says, sitting near you in court and watching you is a joke. You know that Brian is innocent. Making threats to Brian about getting raped in prison was very silly. I am in contact with a lot of serial killers, including BTK, and I've been put in contact with a wannabe serial killer who is in Moscow.
Holy crap, I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Phone, and I kind of figured something bad was going on, and it turns out that don't want to give glory to the whole thing because I just don't want to give glory to, whoever did this, but I do want to read a little of it so people can see what exactly happened. It says, sitting near you in court and watching you. You know that Brian is innocent. Making threats to Brian about getting raped in prison was very silly. I am in contact with a lot of serial killers, including BTK, and I've been put in contact with a wannabe serial killer who is in Moscow, Idaho, and I have given him your address. And I don't think people realize, Steve, that this stuff that you and your family, and I'd imagine the other victims too, I mean, you guys have been having to deal with this for some time, but during the actual sentencing, what did you make of it?
Yeah, the sentencing, there's definitely an element of crazy people that gravitate towards these type of events. That's why I've always hoped that the court would use force and be very careful with all the voices that they're talking to. Like, make sure that we're holding these people accountable and, be tough on them.
So are they going to do an investigation? Again, I saw the deputy take Christie's phone. I mean, is there any way to trace and figure out who that was? I'd imagine it wasn't really someone in the courtroom. I guess it could be, but it seems like that part was probably just made up.
Yeah, I think so as well. They just wanted to piggyback right off something she had said because it was live TV or slight delay close to live TV. And it was accurate, So we did pass it on to our lawyer, and he started working with the investigators, and they're definitely going to, or if they already haven't, tracked this person down, and they'll be held accountable. Just one less crazy person on the streets that try to find a family to harass. I doubt he's not around here. I've heard that he's in another state.
So they've tracked him down apparently because he's in another state. He told us. Creepy. Absolutely creepy. And don't want to take it lightly, that's for sure.
No, not at all. Not at all. But what gets me is that the actual text message says sitting near you. Like they're amongst them in the room. That part is what gets me, right? Like
they're in contact with many.
Yeah, who is that in the you're in the courtroom? Like, and what kind of a disturbed person is bold enough to send a message like that to somebody in court while you're sitting there? Let's keep going.
Okay. Well, listen, you guys are the wrong family to try to mess with. That's for sure. And I'm glad to hear that the police are taking it seriously. But like I said, I know this is something you've been dealing with really throughout. And even now with Brian Koberger pleading guilty and admitting it, even now these people are still doing this. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is why part of the reason we were hard on the prosecutor, because you can't look at it any other way that by hiding those details of what happened to my daughter and the other victims, it gave fuel to these people. It gave them a wishful thinking that they were like defending a PhD grad, and a master's degree and pursuing his PhD. So, people don't want to root for like a skinhead or a cop killer or ravaged drug user. But this guy could have had a persona, and I just don't understand why Thompson would have wanted to protect him by hiding these details. And I know some of the other families have already changed their opinion of the deal, knowing all the facts that have came out. So I think it's suspicious that he purposely never let this information out.
I spoke with Olivia yesterday, your daughter, and your victim impact statement was obviously really just intense, and hers was intense, and both are getting a lot of attention. I think have really sort of inspired the world in a way. She told me that she felt relieved after the hearing, that she actually did feel just a little better in general. Did you feel the same way? I mean, how are you doing now?
Yeah, to be honest, I felt great because I felt like the first time the courtroom had a representation that was in harmony of our family. We're not going to sit there and honor a mass murderer and say that he can sit on his butt because he was honorable to the sword. He was honorable to the judge. Of course, he's going to be honorable to the judge. Judge is going to decide if he lives or die, but he wasn't honorable to us. And if you're not there for the victims, then what's the reason at the courtroom, So for the first time, we set the tone, and we wanted to have some some power in that courtroom and dictate some things to him. So then he was just sitting there getting railed on.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
He was not an honorable judge.
Let
Mm-mm.
me see. There was another one I wanted to show.
Investigative documents we've never seen before. I'm going to go through all the new details with you in this episode. I was in court today. I was sitting right in the courtroom, right near the family members. I'll let you know all the key elements from court today, everything from the documents, everything from court. I'm going to sit on the step right here and tell you guys everything that happened today. All right, so as you can imagine, it was a long, emotional day here. Crazy. It's been 2.5 years, and this is how it all ended. First of all, I just want to say my heart goes out to the family members of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan.
Hold on, guys.
They've showed such incredible strength and composure throughout this entire thing, and it's really just incredible. So I want to start by saying that. I'm going to get to everything again that happened in court. I'm going to walk you through the scene, and we've now got the reports of exactly what they saw when they arrived. The officer wrote, this is from 112 King Road, of course, after the murders, when the officers arrived. In the third floor bedroom, I observed 2 females laying in bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female laying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it from the doorway, was unrecognizable. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. The second female on the right half of the bed had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood, and a pool of blood was present. This is from another one of the police reports. I looked inside the bedroom. Xana was laying, and it was obvious an intense struggle had occurred. Xana was obviously deceased. There was blood smeared on various items in the room and all over the floor. There was a blood cast off on the walls in various places, including above Xana's body. Xana was on her back on the floor in the center of the room with her head towards the west. Xana was in her underwear and a long-sleeved gray shirt. Both her shirt and underwear were covered in blood. Xana's face and body was covered in dried blood. I could see what appeared to be defensive knife wounds on Xana's hands. There was a deep gash on Xana's left hand between her pointer finger and her thumb. So defensive knife wounds would indicate to me that they believe that Xana somehow fought back. Another report says, Kaylee and Madison were covered by a pink blanket, which was covered in blood. There was a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and hands. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from the corner of her eye to her nose. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. I think this explains why the Gonzalez's why all the families are so heartbroken. I know the Gonzalez's met with the prosecution yesterday, the day before the sentencing. They got more information. I was in touch with them. They were very upset after that meeting by the details they had learned, just heartbroken.
Imagine finding that. Imagine getting that information within like a day of you getting to face the unaliver. I feel like that information should have been out at least to the family well before, don't you? Like, the family should have known that well before sentencing or a trial.
Yep, I agree.
Finding out that Kaylee had no teeth, every one of her teeth. I just want y'all to imagine that. Imagine the amount of force that it would take to knock someone's entire row of teeth out.
The weapon had to have been used to knock all her teeth out like that.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think he did that with his fist.
No, because the time.
Yeah.
You gotta think about that as well. I mean, I've told you guys I got my tooth knocked out by my ex.
I believe
Well,
wholeheartedly that Kaylee was the target. St. Michael's. Yes, I believe Kaylee was the target.
because of the extensive damage on her. Yes, it appears to be that way. That's our opinion. Okay,
Yeah.
not fact. It's just an opinion.
Yeah, I believe he
And whomever did this had extreme rage or was on some type of drug, to be honest with you.
I think so too.
Because the fact your adrenaline has to be up there in order to be that powerful, to be honest.
I agree. I mean, especially to have that much energy to do something like that.
Right. I agree with that.
Here, I'm just going to play this one because it's just a little shorter. This is where they talk about it.
Began. They didn't waste any time. Moscow police has been releasing all sorts of documents. We've got a team like frantically going through them. You mentioned the autopsy reports. Let's start there. I'm going to read through these, and it's difficult to talk about. I mean, like what you just said about Kaylee and how many times they were stabbed. It's awful. But let me read you through what we know. I'll start with Ethan Chapin. This is from his autopsy report. Fatal stab wound under left clavicle, severed his subclavin vein and subclavin artery, jugular vein severed, only had sharp force injuries, wounds caused by sharp object like knife. Xanacronodal, 1 laceration on her right lung, 2 lacerations in her heart. She had 50 plus stab wounds.
Good God.
Mostly defensive. So we knew that Kaylee fought back, but now 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive with Xana. Only had sharp force injuries. Madison Mogan, left lung laceration, liver laceration, only had sharp force injuries. And then Kaylee Gonzalez, there was a left lung laceration, a liver laceration. Think about what was going on here. 2 subdural bleeds, stab behind her clavicle, cut her subclavicle vein and artery, sharp force injuries, asphyxial injuries, so, suffocated, blunt force injuries. This is kind of where the question about the second weapon has come in. And then 20 plus stab wounds on Kaylee Gonzalez.
Yeah, well, Brian, that might make a little more sense as to why we're learning also that some of the colleagues at Washington State University said they saw Brian Koberger with injuries on his knuckles and scratch marks, what seemed like scratch marks on his face. So this makes a lot more sense. There was a pitched fight, at least on the 3rd floor, and it appeared on the 2nd floor as well with Xana. I also have not seen anything yet, and I just want to correct some of the reporting that's out there. I have not seen any reporting that there was carving into, Ethan Chapin's leg. That was something that made a huge headline, and it was very distressing to hear it. It just says these sharp injuries, but who knows if we'll see more. Can I ask you also about the neighbor and Bethany, both telling the police about a strange explosive sound, like a firework. What can you tell us about that?
That's about all we know. And it's the first, there's little things that we've heard here and there. I had never heard this before until this came out in the documents that Bethany and the neighbor both heard something that sounded like a firework. I've been trying to think of what that is. You might have a better idea than me.
Right there. Did you see that? Did you see the cars?
Yeah.
See the black one? That was Hunter and Maisie. It was behind the Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
And then PJ says the lung and liver lacerations are from blunt force trauma. Therefore, they weren't punctured with a object. They were. It's horrible.
It is. Absolutely is. I want to know what the loud noise was.
Yeah, neighbor says they heard it. His neighbor both heard something.
PJ said lung and liver laceration is from blunt force trauma. Goodness. Could it be the golf clubs? They never said why they confiscated Ethan's golf clubs.
No, but they did.
Could it been that they, maybe
Good.
golf clubs? Maybe he hit her with a golf club? What did they say? It was round and what?
Like, sure, like if it was to be broken off, you know how it would be serrated on the end, I guess you could say. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, the golf clubs as well. And I clearly remember Mabbitt speaking on this, saying that she felt that there were two objects.
Yeah.
One being a sharp edged and the other one being something different.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in her interview. And that the scene was very, you know what? She said that as well.
Lord have mercy. I want to know what the bang was. All
No
right,
idea.
hold on.
I mean, maybe something from the car speeding away. That's the best that I could think of.
Or something fell over in the house on a hard surface and it sounded like it broke. I mean, it is a really tough one to put together, but they both heard it. A neighbor heard it and Bethany heard it. Okay, the other information that Koberger's job looked like it was in trouble. They had some screenshots. The police officers had screenshots from text messages between two of the Washington State University professors.
Yeah, and we had heard rumblings that he had issues, obviously, when he was the TA there, and issues with students and other professors, and he, wasn't keeping his job. I want to read you this text message, though. This is what we never seen this before. This is one professor writing this to another professor. We need to do an intervention with Koberger. She is going to try to gather information, but apparently he's offended several of our female students, which again goes back to some of our reporting from early on when we were at the school talking to people, that he had issues with the female students.
Right, and also in those documents, apparently a female student at his college, WSU, said that she saw photos of herself and of her friends on his phone on the Dateline documentary. So they didn't.
That's why I wanted to play this. Imagine that. People from Koberger's school the women saw photos of themselves on his phone on the Dateline documentary.
That's creepy. Yes, PJ, heard that also. Around the mouth.
How crazy is that?
Around her mouth.
Had a stripe like marks. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's crazy. Just all of this. Let's see.
Even know that they were on his phone until they saw the Dateline documentary. But she says she said Brian Koberger used to sit close to her in class when he showed up for class, often late. Let me move to the stalking issue, because we all assumed that the investigators would tell us that Brian Koberger stalked one or more of these kids at 1122 King Road, but it turns out he just might be bizarre. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. There's reports that there were people in the woods that the kids at 1122 saw strange figures in the woods, that Murphy
Here
the
it
dog
is.
would
Listen.
go running to the
Listen
woods
to
and
this.
wouldn't come back quite often.
Listen to this, guys.
There were people in the woods, that the kids at 1122 saw strange figures in the woods, that Murphy the dog would go running to the woods and wouldn't come back quite often. But then there's this discussion about a woman who talked to the police about being matched with Koberger on Tinder.
Yeah, and this was kind of crazy. You're right, though. We don't have any proof from police that he was stalking them. He may have been, but the police never had any evidence. We asked specifically about that today. But this is the woman who matched with him on Tinder, and I'm going to read this because I want to get it right. She says that she was talking about horror movies with Koberger. He asked her what she thought would be the worst way to die, and she said with a knife. And then Koberger asked her to do something to the effect of, he said something like a K-bar, which we all know what that means. I mean, K-bar knife is the knife he used to kill these 4 kids. The knife sheath they found in the house. She said she didn't know what that was. She had to Google it. She stopped talking to him because he weirded her out, which, yeah, I mean, I think that would weird anybody out. And I can only imagine what she's thinking now, knowing all the details of everything that went down.
Well, and honestly, who knows? Who knows if he stalked her, if he was thinking about her as a target before he ultimately chose these kids at 1122 King. There was also some investigation that went on at the Latah County Jail. They started asking other inmates there questions about their fellow inmate. And a guy who I guess had one of the cells close by in Latah from August 24 to September 24, he had some observations. What did the police officers reveal today about that?
Yeah, so the inmate said that Koberger, and I'm going to read this again because this is from the police report, said that Koberger was the smartest person he encountered in jail, but that he became annoying. Koberger would wash his hands dozens of times a day. He was a germaphobe, so that's not a shock. Spend an hour in the shower. Said Koberger would be up all night. He could hear Koberger moving around at night, and says that Koberger would take a nap during the day. And, it's interesting that they went back and talked to some of these inmates, because when I was in the prison yesterday, you mentioned at the top of the show, they've now moved Koberger into the Idaho prison system. What they told me yesterday is they are going to go through all of the electronic communications of prisoners in the system that he may be around to see who has been talking about him. And that's how they're going to determine what block he may go into, even though he's likely going to be in isolation, which I found very interesting. They can actually search through all of the communication that the prisoners have been having with family and such and see who seems to be the most interested in Koberger.
So fascinating. And we learned today that all of the conversations that Brian Koberger had on his tablets and phones in both Ada County and Latah County, it's up to the sheriffs in those 2 counties as to whether they will release those communications to the public. We're hoping maybe they will, but that's in the future.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get
What y'all think about that? They're going to determine where to send him based off of what block he was in, or who's talking about him the most. Isn't that
Right.
wild?
Yes, it is.
Which, I mean, I could see why they're doing that, like kind of as a form of protection. Oh my goodness, I don't know. What do you guys think?
He's a creep. Definitely a creep. April, I'm sure they will.
What?
I'm sure there's women that are gonna go after him.
What?
She's hoping that she says that she's wondering if anyone's gonna mess with him in prison. Well, they might, the inmates might, but female wise, there's gonna be a lot of women going after him. Maybe send him all kinds of stuff. Put money on his books.
Mm.
I hate to say it this way, but he'll be a celebrity in there. Which I think the prison should cut that off, to be honest.
Right.
You know, out of respect for the
I just can't believe that he didn't tell them why, give them an answer. Why the hell did you do this?
That's the $1 million question. All of us would like to know why. And I'm sorry, I don't care what the law stipulates out there. I would have been, as a judge, I would have been demanding that he tell us why. You're already gonna be put away for the rest of your life. You might as well go ahead and just tell. But he still has a right to appeal, guys.
Yeah, that's wild too, right? Like, wow.
That's mind-blowing in itself.
Yeah. It is. I just cannot believe it. Here, hold on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, guys. Well, you know what? I think I'll save it. We'll save it for tomorrow. It's already 3:20. All right.
Get some rest.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get off here, and we'll be back tomorrow, though, guys, and we'll be right back at it, covering up. I don't know. Maybe covering some more of this. Maybe we'll go to another case. I don't know. I got to do some more deep diving to see what I can find. Interesting stuff, though. Very. Like, my heart goes out to the families. I do think Kaylee was the target. I may be wrong, but I really believe it.
Rest in peace, Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana. Good night, everybody. Y'all sleep well.
Right. Yeah, good night. Thank you. Thank you, Reality.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for your patience, y'all, during all of the reading and stuff. I hope that, most of you got, at least it did something for you. All right. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Have a blessed night. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Please say a prayer for all those that need it. And yeah, we love you.